Chapter 946. Olding, your group is too weak. Otherwise, we could have split the spoils 50 to 50. The purple-robed elder didn't try to hide it anymore. The group he was in had 2 quasi-sacred lords and 1 emperor. No matter how he looked at it, they were able to completely crush Old Ying's group. Old Ying. Jing Kai instinctively looked at Old Ying. The situation wasn't looking good. Old Ying had a calm expression and didn't say anything. He admitted that his group was weak, but that was only in comparison to the top 5 princes. Old Ying believed that Zhao Feng should be able to face a quasi-sacred lord without any problems. The only weak point in the group was Jing Kai. If you perform well in the upcoming danger, we can split the spoils fairly. The other quasi-sacred lord in the purple-robed elders group said, "How could they leave so easily after obtaining the inheritance of a sacred lord? So easily." The 6th prince didn't fight for the throne, so they didn't care about draconic providence. Their only mission in the imperial tombs was to find the inheritance. Therefore, it was necessary to team up with Old Ying's group. Zhao Feng carefully inspected the trio in front of him. Their souls weren't weak, and they had defensive, soul-type treasures. However, after being affected by the Black Wind Canyon for a long time, the desire in their hearts had been ignited. This was something that they didn't even realize. As time passed, their personalities would change to a certain extent. From the looks of it, this forbidden ground wasn't as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, how could they affect the minds of quasi-sacred lords without anyone knowing? Zhao Feng glanced at Jing Kai. Although Jing Kai seemed to be scared and didn't know what to do, he could see the anger and unwillingness in his heart, as well as his desire for the inheritance. It's too troublesome to split the spoils like this. Why don't we use our own methods? Whoever gets it first gets it. Zhao Feng took a step forward and gave a faint smile. "What did you say?" The purple-robed elder paused for a moment and looked at Zhao Feng with surprise. This was actually what he was thinking, but he didn't say it in order to maintain the temporary alliance between the 2 groups. If they really split the spoils like this, Old Ying's group probably wouldn't even get 30%. That's fine. The young martial monarch glanced at Zhao Feng and let out a cold laugh. He could not wait to make his move. Zhao Feng. Old Ying was stunned. He couldn't understand what Zhao Feng was trying to say. He didn't want the 2 groups to be on bad terms right now. Even though these resources were valuable and tempting to Old Ying, it wasn't like he didn't have any more chances. What he cared more about was the draconic providence. The 3 of them had already fought for half of the draconic providence in this inheritance. This was why Old Ying was planning to compromise. "What did you say, Zhao Feng?" Jing Kai was instantly enraged. He looked at Zhao Feng with a cold glint in his eyes. If they were to fight for it with their own strength, it would be better to split it 30-70. "Old Ying, this is the suggestion of your team member." The purple-robed old man smiled evilly. Both sides fell into a brief silence. "Who?" The 6 figures moved at the same time. Their target was obvious. It was the storage ring in the blue crystal ice coffin. Although there were many other items in the ice castle, the items in the storage ring were clearly more precious. Purple light destroying the sky. The purple-robed elder blocked in front of Old Ying and thrust out his palm. A dazzling purple palm phantom transformed into a sky full of purple shadows and directly attacked. It was obvious that the purple-robed elders group had come to an agreement. The purple-robed elder would stall Old Ying. On the other side, the young emperor charged at Jing Kai. A long golden axe appeared in his hand, and when he swung it, a red light flashed and was extremely fierce. Jing Kai didn't show any weakness when facing an emperor. Countless rays of golden light surrounded his body and clashed with the young emperor. He was extremely courageous. Old Ying, if your team member likes this method, then I'm sorry." The purple-robed elder thrust out a bright purple palm of destruction. "Lei Tong, Don't injure the ninth prince's beast tamer. Just take the interspatial ring. The purple-robed elder acted like he had a good heart, but the wicked smile on his face was extremely wicked. Don't worry. The other, quasi-sacred lord in the purple-robed elder's group had a smile on his face. It would be extremely easy for him to deal with a king. He knew that Zhao Feng had the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly a long time ago, so he was prepared. Even if the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly's pollen hit him, he was confident that he could suppress Zhao Feng. Lightning binding. Lei Tong waved his hands, and a chain of lightning shot toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took a few steps back and waved his left hand. A large white figure instantly blocked in front of Zhao Feng, and a savage beast aura leaped toward Lei Tong. This was a rare beast that Zhao Feng had met when he first entered the imperial tombs. He had spent a lot of effort to tame it. This is a rare beast from the ancient dimension? Lei Tong's expression paused as he looked at the white bear with crystalline fur in front of him. The strength of rare beasts surpassed their own cultivation, adding on the fact that this bear came from the ancient dimension and wasn't restricted by the laws of space. Its battle power was shocking. How is this possible? That brat can tame an emperor-level rare beast from the ancient dimension? The purple-robed elder's expression became grim. He originally thought that Zhao Feng only became a beast tamer because of the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly that Duke Nanfeng gave him. Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills were average. Furthermore, how could a king-level beast tamer tame an emperor-level rare beast from the ancient dimension? Even some emperor-level grandmaster beast tamers would find it hard to tame it if they worked together with a small group. Emperor-level ice crystal giant bear. Nice. Olding couldn't help but praise. In reality, he was also suspicious of Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills. However, Zhao Feng was able to surprise him every time. Not only did Zhao Feng conquer several inheritances, but he also managed to tame such a powerful, rare beast. This meant that it was worth it to waste the only life-saving array in the Dragon Jade. Furthermore, Zhao Feng also had the Misty Spatial World. Support type, substandard god item. Roar. The ice crystal giant bear roared, and its white claws slammed toward Lei Tong like lightning. The cold wind caused the air to freeze. On the other hand, Lei Tong's chains of lightning were blocked by the ice crystal giant bear's body and were completely ineffective. Whoosh! Lei Tong dodged to the side and dodged the ice crystal giant bear's attack. Spear of lightning. Lei Tong wouldn't show mercy against an emperor-level ice crystal giant bear. Lightning flashed around Lei Tong's body as a large amount of lightning gathered above his head. A silver spear of lightning that was as thick as an arm slowly formed. Hoo! Lei Tong grabbed the spear of lightning, and his aura rose dramatically. Lightning surrounded his body as he clashed with the ice crystal giant bear. What a strong force! Lei Tong's hands went numb, and he retreated several steps. His lightning elemental attacks weren't very effective against the ice crystal giant bear's thick skin. At this moment, Zhao Feng walked toward the blue crystal coffin. Brat, don't even think about it. Lei Tong was infuriated as he threw the lightning spear in his hand toward the blue crystalline ice coffin. Lei Tong's speed increased, and he pounced at Zhao Feng. The ice crystal giant bear had a certain counter to him. Since that was the case, Lei Tong changed his strategy. He used his advantage in speed to suppress Zhao Feng and take the interspatial ring. The ice crystal giant bear's weakness was speed. Whoosh! The spear of lightning stabbed into the ice coffin, and the spear was less than an inch away from the interspatial ring. Boom! The blue crystal coffin was already damaged to a certain extent, and it exploded under the lightning attack. Brat, I'll take care of you first. Lei Tong's face flashed with ferocity, and he pounced at the retreating Zhao Feng. Wait, I've already obtained the interspatial ring. Isn't it time to stop? Zhao Feng smiled calmly and took out the dark gold ring in his hand. What? How is this possible? Lei Tong's expression was filled with shock. His spear of lightning had hit the side of the interspatial ring, and the blue crystal coffin had exploded. From start to finish, Zhao Feng didn't even get close to the interspatial ring. Meow! At this moment, a silver light flashed on Zhao Feng's shoulder, and the little thieving cat appeared. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, as if it was saying that it did it. A spiritual pet that can travel through space. Lei Tong's eyes paused, and he clenched his fists as he stared at Zhao Feng unwillingly. At this moment, the purple-robed elder and the other emperor also saw the result of the fight between Lei Tong and Zhao Feng. Their expressions changed, and they couldn't accept this. It's time to stop. There should be other inheritances here. Old Ing said after seeing the struggle on the faces of the purple-robed elder and company. Okay, Old Ing, it's your win this time. The purple-robed elder's gaze was grim as he looked at Zhao Feng. Lei Tong and the other young martial emperor immediately stopped and started searching the ice castle for resources. This Zhao Feng is slightly troublesome. His spiritual pet is very unique. Lei Tong messaged the other two and explained. Lei Tong was angry and embarrassed after being defeated by a king. There's no rush. Right now, we still need the help of Old Ying's group. When the time is right, we'll take it all back. The purple-robed elders' words were full of meaning. That's right, we'll leave it with them for now. The young emperor became excited. Jing Kai had a joyful expression as he ran over impatiently. He didn't expect Zhao Feng's spiritual pet to be so strong that it managed to take the interspatial ring without anyone knowing. Quick, let's see what's inside the interspatial ring. Zhao Feng looked into the interspatial ring with his divine sense and was puzzled. It's only the resources of an early-stage mystic light realm. An early-stage mystic light realm isn't bad, and this is still the edge of the Black Wind Canyon. Jing Kai was looking forward to the next part of the exploration. Old Ying's group then split the items in the interspatial ring. Zhao Feng took 40%. Old Ying, let's go. The exploration of the Black Wind Canyon has only just begun. The purple-robed elder had a calm expression, as if he had forgotten about the unhappiness from before. The two groups saw another group enter the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground the instant they walked out of the inheritance. That's the second prince's group. The purple-robed elder's eyebrows furrowed. The second prince wasn't very ambitious, but he had a lot of connections behind him, which was why he was ranked 5th in terms of overall strength. There was a total of 4 people in this group, 3 quasi-sacred lords and 1 emperor. However, the strength of each member might be slightly stronger than the 2 of them. Even if their 2 groups teamed up, they might not have the upper hand against the second prince's group. We should hurry up. The Black Wind in the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground has suddenly weakened. It might return to normal at any moment. Lei Tong's eyes were filled with urgency. Everyone unconsciously sped up. More and more groups would enter the Black Wind Canyon, so they couldn't waste this opportunity. Chapter 947. Within the Great Gone Imperial Palace, the ancient stone disc covered in weird runes floated in the air and gave off a weird undulation of energy that connected the 10 white screens. The princes were at the center of the screens. The experts in the clouds around the hall could only see the images of the princes within a certain distance, and the clarity was limited. At this moment, almost everyone's focus was on the 9th prince's screen. The second prince has also come to the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground. Unfortunately, the second prince didn't enter either. Why would a prince take such a risk? If he's in danger and can only ask for help through the pseudo-crown prince seal, that's the same as ending the crown prince trial. Above the clouds, the experts of the major forces were discussing among themselves. Since ancient times, there had been very little information about forbidden grounds in the crown prince trials. Therefore, it attracted a lot of attention. Just think about what the forbidden grounds in the ancient dimension were like. Would there still be precious treasures from the ancient era? The Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground is one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the Imperial Tombs. Luckily, Chen-Er is very far away from here. The powerful male knew the 13th prince's personality very well. If the 13th prince found out that this forbidden ground wasn't a forbidden ground anymore, he would definitely go in and explore it. The atmosphere was the tensest in the halls of the 9th prince and the 2nd prince. Will Zhao Feng be fine entering the forbidden grounds with his cultivation? An elder from a 2-star power was puzzled. Although he didn't think that Zhao Feng would be fine. Zhao Feng had already used the array in his dragon jade. If he died inside, the 9th prince would lose a member. There shouldn't be much of a problem with Old Ing leading the team. Although Duke Nanfeng said this, he wasn't very calm. He had participated in the Crown Prince trial in the past, so he knew how terrifying the forbidden grounds were. Apparently, the Black Wind in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground had started to weaken. Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground. Another land of inheritance. Lei Tong was surprised. There was an ancient stone door on a cliff in front of them. There was a layer of water on the door that gave off a 5-colored light. Logically speaking, the inheritances left behind by sacred lords were hidden in heaven and earth, waiting for a fated person to open them. And outside the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground, there were many inheritance entrances that were so obvious. This was because those inheritance grounds had long been discovered and excavated. However, they had not been breached, so the entrances were exposed. Logically speaking, almost no one had explored the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground. Only those sacred lords that were about to die would risk danger and enter the Black Wind Canyon to set down their inheritances. Thus, under normal circumstances, the entrances to the inheritances should be extremely well hidden, waiting for the crowd to discover them, and not directly exposed to the public. However, at this time no one cared so much. Something like a meat pie falling from the sky was not impossible. Opportunities are indeed everywhere. Jing Kai could not conceal his excitement and immediately leaped up. The members of the purple-robed old man's team exchanged a few glances before rushing into the stone gate ahead of Jing Kai. Old Ing and Zhao Feng didn't fall behind and entered as well. In the blink of an eye, everything around them changed. They arrived on a desolate island. Black tornadoes surrounded the island, and the water was filled with whirlpools. The entire island was like a land of death. This is definitely the inheritance of a late-stage mystic light realm. The purple-robed elder felt excited as he sensed his surroundings. The little world of this inheritance was also heavily damaged. There were countless cracks on the little world, and the black wind was pouring in. However, even though it was heavily damaged, the inheritance was still active. From this, one could see how extraordinary it was. But why is there a black wind ghost in this inheritance? The young emperor looked toward the front of the island. There were countless human-shaped corpses on the island. They were slightly larger, but there was no living person. Only countless black wind ghosts roamed around the island, looking eerie and eerie. At the center of the desolate isles was a wooden building that shone brightly, making the ordinary wooden building look resplendent. It's very likely that a sacred lord set up an inheritance here, but after a long time, the little world's energy ran dry, and it was eroded by the black wind in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground. The humans in this little world were affected by the black wind for a long time, and they eventually died. Their souls turned into black wind ghosts. The purple-robed elder was slightly excited. This meant that the test of this inheritance was to kill these black wind ghosts. Furthermore, from the looks of it, this little world should be the inheritance of a late-stage mystic light realm. Old Ing, how many people in your group specialize in soul attacks? The purple-robed elder asked with a faint smile. The situation right now was the result of the group teaming up. Just me. Old Ing replied without hesitation. That won't do. Lei Tong and I are two quasi-sacred lords in our group that can use soul attacks. This means that your soul intent isn't weak. The purple-robed elder shook his head and glanced at Zhao Feng before continuing to speak. Although Zhao Feng is only a late-stage king, his soul intent definitely isn't weak, since he was able to tame a rare beast like the ice crystal bear. He should have some soul-related secret techniques as well. The purple-robed elder inspected Zhao Feng with a faint smile after saying that. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was looking at the wooden building in the distance, as if he didn't hear anything. The purple-robed elder felt slightly awkward. He couldn't see through this junior at all. He only specializes in illusions and doesn't know any offensive secret techniques. Olding answered for Zhao Feng. He could feel that the purple-robed elder's group had hidden ill intent toward them. Therefore, it was best not to reveal the true strength of Zhao Feng, who is easily ignored in the eyes of others. How about this? Why don't we ask Zhao Feng to take out some spiritual pets as a cover? That way, we can split the resources 50-50 or rely on our own abilities. What do you think? The purple-robed elder was slightly unwilling. Although Zhao Feng was only a late-stage king, the purple-robed elder could feel that this youth wasn't simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so much in the divine illusion dimension. On the way here, Zhao Feng had encountered many inexplicable phenomena. Thus, the purple-robed elder racked his brains in an attempt to find out more about Zhao Feng. That's a good idea. I don't want to get something for nothing. Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the misty spatial world and chose more than a dozen late-stage kings from the group of black, striped, venomous scorpions. The poison from the tail of the black, striped, venomous scorpions could corrode the soul. To a certain degree, it could be considered a soul attack. Good. Olding, the beast tamer in your group, is indeed not simple. These black, striped, venomous scorpions are also beasts from the imperial tombs, right? The purple-robed elder's eyes became sharp as he looked at the black, striped, venomous scorpions on the ground. He felt smug. Zhao Feng had revealed another hidden card. Zhao Feng glanced at the purple-robed elder but didn't say anything. Let's begin. Lei Tong couldn't wait to vent after losing the last inheritance to Zhao Feng. Olding, let's go. The purple-robed elder charged out and released a surge of soul power. The purple-robed elder casually thrust out his palm, and purple light flashed in the sky. It contained both physical and soul damage. After all, he was a quasi-sacred lord who had tried to break through to the mystic light realm before. He had a lot of experience in merging the soul and true yuan. At the same time, a large number of black wind-een ghosts were attracted over, and they turned into condensed black whirlwinds that swept toward the group like a storm of darkness. Whoosh! Whoosh! Old Ying's figure moved as he casually waved his hand, and several dark beams of light merged into the air and struck the vitals of the black wind-een ghosts. Old Ying's attack was obviously a profound soul secret technique that contained the laws of space. A dark pearl of lightning appeared in Lei Tong's hand. He only needed to pour his soul power into it and use it to shoot out lightning elemental soul attacks. This was obviously a special support item that he had prepared for the Crown Prince trial. In front of the trio, Zhao Feng's black striped, venomous scorpions attracted the firepower of the black wind-een ghosts. Under the combined attacks of the three quasi-sacred lords, the number of black wind-een ghosts on the island started to decrease. All the black wind-een ghosts were killed 2 hours later. The 6 of them instantly charged toward the wooden building that was glowing with treasures. Of course, the loot belonged to whoever got it first. Old Ying, Jing Kai, and the purple-robed elder charged in through the front door, while Zhao Feng, Lei Tong, and the young emperor flew toward the window on the second floor. A peak-tier Earth-grade weapon. The young emperor paused for a moment. The mirror, painting, and incense burner within the wooden building all radiated an aura of a peak-tier Earth-grade weapon. Heaven-grade weapon. Lei Tong's gaze landed on a row of golden brushes on the table as he leaped over. It was obvious that this was a set of peak-tier Earth-grade weapons, and their combined power had reached the level of a heaven-grade weapon. Techniques and battle techniques. The young emperor charged toward the counter next to the wooden bed. There was an ancient book on it. Zhao Feng flew toward the head of the bed and found several bottles of medicine and dozens of substandard god crystals under the pillow. Brat, do you want to take all these substandard god crystals for yourself? Lei Tong leaped toward Zhao Feng after putting away the heaven-grade weapon as lightning flashed on his palm. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he put the bottles of medicine and substandard god crystals into the misty spatial world. A faint smile appeared on Lei Tong's face as his palm continued forward. Humph. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as he circulated the fire of wind lightning and punched out. Boom! Lightning and fire exploded as the fist and palm clashed. Zhao Feng didn't move at all, but Lei Tong was sent flying and smashed into the wooden floor. His right palm was scorched black, and he felt a numbing pain as his blood churned. How is this possible? Lei Tong was stunned, although he had only used 60% of his power in that palm. How could he be the one at a disadvantage? His opponent was just a void god realm king. How could Zhao Feng's strength be so terrifying? The elements of lightning and fire contained within his attack were enough to make one's heart shake. Lei Tong, you! The young martial monarch put the book away and saw Lei Tong flying out to interrogate Lin Yun. Suddenly, boom, boom, the entire little world started to shake, and cracks started to spread in the air above. The ocean below started to churn. An entire island seemed like it was about to be drowned. Crack! Not good. This little world is about to collapse. The purple-robed elder's voice sounded. Jing Kai, Zhao Feng, let's go. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as he put away a few items before flying into the sky. 6 figures flew out of the crack in the void and returned to Black Wind Valley. When they came out, everyone was dazed as their gazes gathered on the same spot. In the depths of the Black Wind Canyon, there was a 9-colored treasure that pierced through the black wind and lit up the sky. It was as if there was a peerless treasure in the depths of the Black Wind Canyon that had surpassed the mystic light realm. Even the Black Wind Canyon wasn't able to cover its light. What treasure is there? Jing Kai swallowed his saliva as he stared at the 9-colored treasure and was unable to move his eyes away. In another pile of rubble in Black Wind Valley, a 4-man team leaped out from a secret tunnel. Could a substandard god weapon have appeared? The leader of the second prince's group, the goateed elder, looked into the distance with joy. Chapter 948. 10,000 miles away from the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground. Jiang Hao, it's all thanks to you that we were able to break through this early-stage mystic light realm inheritance so easily, as expected of a peerless genius of the Jiang family. Jiang Hao, I heard that you have a high chance of breaking through to the mystic light realm. Why are you still suppressing your cultivation? As the 4 of them chatted, they leaped out of an inheritance. The leader was a white-haired, middle-aged man. He was handsome and elegant, and his eyes were bright. I must succeed in breaking through to the mystic light realm on my first try. Jiang Hao's tone was firm. Once one failed to break through to the mystic light realm, the chances of succeeding would become lower and lower. Every time one tried to break through, they would expend some of the origin of their soul. This lost origin couldn't be recovered. Therefore, there was a huge difference in potential between those who broke through to the mystic light realm for the first time and those who broke through multiple times. Jiang Hao's ambition made those who had failed to break through to the mystic light realm feel ashamed and envious. That's, a member exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, a 9-colored pillar of light enshrouded with the aura of treasures shot into the 9 heavens, and it was gorgeous as it dyed the sky red. It was like a peerless mountain of treasures had suddenly been revealed, and its golden brilliance was breathtaking. Everyone's conversations instantly stopped as they looked into the distance. This is the treasure light of a divine weapon. An elder's eyes flashed, and his voice trembled, but he was extremely certain. I've never seen such a shocking treasure light in my life. The eyes of an elder with white hair twinkled. Let's go. Jiang Hao paused for a moment, and his heart started to beat fast. How could he miss out on such a peerless treasure? The three members were overjoyed when they heard Jiang Hao's words. The four of them charged toward the treasure light. Within a swamp in the depths of the imperial tombs, for figures shuttled through the dense forest. The leader was shrouded in a gloomy black robe. The three behind him carefully followed. The entire group was deathly silent. Suddenly, the black-robed figure suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. The other three members' faces went pale white as they stopped and looked in the direction the black-robed figure was looking at. However, they didn't find anything. The three looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what the black-robed figure was looking at. Go! The black-robed man immediately changed his direction. Senior Black Robe, are we not going to the Feng Li inheritance? One of the members could not help but ask. The black-robed man suddenly looked into the distance where there was nothing, and then he changed his target. He didn't explain anything, and everyone felt a bit dissatisfied and hesitated. They could only admit that they were unlucky to be in the same team as the black-robed man. The black-robed man's strange and evil personality sometimes frightened even them. Fortunately, the black-robed man's strength was truly terrifying. Along the way, he did not fall into any danger. Cut the crap! The black-robed man didn't turn his head. His hoarse voice was accompanied by a decaying soul aura. The souls of the three behind him trembled in fear. They immediately shut their mouths and followed. The Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground was filled with 9 colors. Old Ing and the purple-robed elders group were in the center of this 9-colored light, and they felt extremely small as they sensed the rainbow aura in heaven and earth. It was just like a beggar who had suddenly seen a fortune that could rival a nation. Instead of rushing over, he was shocked and overjoyed for a while, not knowing what to do. Even if it's an ancient god weapon, it shouldn't have such a phenomenon. Zhao Feng was stunned. The tattered ancient god sword that he had found in the ancient god's secret palace wasn't even 1% as bright as this one. What kind of ancient divine weapon was hidden in the depths of the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground? Even Zhao Feng, who was usually calm, felt a burning desire for this treasure. Let's go. We can't lose the initiative. With such a phenomenon, all the other groups nearby will gather over. The purple-robed elder's eyes sparkled as he sped toward the depths of the Black Wind Valley. He was unable to remain calm in front of a shocking treasure. Let's go as well. Lei Tong and the young emperor couldn't think straight anymore, and they immediately ran over. Sai, how can we control such a divine weapon? Olding sighed and felt conflicted. Such an ancient treasure definitely wasn't something they could control. If this treasure appeared in the continent zone, it would cause the Lord dynasties to crumble, and the 2 Lord dynasties might even go to war. However, even if he couldn't obtain it, Old Ying's gaze couldn't move away. He had to see it with his own eyes, or else he wouldn't be able to relax. Old Ying, let's go as well. This treasure appearing here is our fortune. We can't miss it. Jing Kai had an excited expression as he tried to persuade Olding. Such a treasure could completely change anyone's fate. Seeing that the purple-robed elders group had already gone over, Jing Kai couldn't wait any longer. If Olding didn't agree, he obviously couldn't leave the group. He was an unrivaled emperor in the outside world, but in this place he was just a normal member. Quasi-sacred lords could be seen everywhere. Furthermore, this was the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground. Such a treasure would definitely be accompanied by danger, and they needed an experienced leader like Olding. Okay, let's go and take a look. Olding made up his mind. The trio headed toward the depths of the Black Wind Valley. The Black Wind Valley was one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the Imperial tombs. Even some powerful sacred lords wouldn't go too deep into the Black Wind Valley to set up their inheritances. If it wasn't for the fact that the Black Wind had weakened and the treasure had appeared, Old Ying's group wouldn't have gone too deep. How much stronger has the Black Wind become? Zhao Feng's mind was sharp, and his eyes caught the abnormality in the air. Although the aura of treasure made it hard to tell what was going on, it didn't affect Zhao Feng's left eye much. Zhao Feng glanced at Old Ying and Jing Kai, but they didn't notice anything. It was obvious that the 9-colored aura of treasure had attracted everyone's attention and made them ignore everything else. Something's not right. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly as the power of God Tribulation lightning started to flash within his dark purple soul. Boom! 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 Some faint gray aura was destroyed by the power of God Tribulation lightning and was forced out of his body before merging into the Black Wind. Unknowingly, even I was slightly affected. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. One had to know that Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the level of a sacred lord, and the sturdiness of his soul far surpassed that of a sacred lord. After forcing the air of Yin out of his body, Zhao Feng's eyes regained some clarity. Let me take a look. Zhao Feng secretly circulated his left eye, and a faint golden ripple spread across his golden eye. Zhao Feng's control over the abilities of his left eye had become even more precise. In the past, when he used it, his entire vision would turn into a world of particles, and it would consume too much energy and take in too much information. However, at this moment, everything that Zhao Feng was looking at would turn into a faint golden world. Zhao Feng's eyes focused on where the light of treasure was shooting into the sky. He looked down through the black wind and the rocks. The treasure should be down there. Zhao Feng's expression froze for a moment as if he had discovered something, but it soon returned to normal. What's wrong, Zhao Feng? Old Ying felt that something was wrong with Zhao Feng. Hurry up, Zhao Feng. This is a great fortune. Jing Kai urged anxiously. Nothing. I just suddenly realized that the black wind has become stronger. Zhao Feng's expression was grim. That's indeed the case. Looks like we need to speed up. Old Ying's expression became grim after sensing it. If the black wind returned to its original state, they would need to retreat. Even sacred lords wouldn't dare to enter the depths of the black wind. Sai, your cultivation is too low. Jing Kai looked at Zhao Feng with dissatisfaction. From his point of view, Zhao Feng's cultivation was too low and couldn't handle the black wind. The trio sped up and flew toward the center of the Black Wind Canyon, forbidden ground. The deeper they went, the stronger the dark and chilly wind became. Even Jing Kai felt an eerie chill. The purple-robed elder and company soon appeared in front of them. Old Ying, our groups haven't been disbanded yet, right? The elder in silk revealed a faint smile as he looked over. He hoped that Old Ying and company would come. At that time, even if they couldn't obtain the treasure, they would be able to take back the inheritance in their hands. Of course, Old Ying sped up, under the purple-robed elder's lead. The group soon arrived at the center of the Black Wind Canyon and got closer to the treasure aura. This was a messy pile of rocks. Each rock was the size of a house, and they were made of dark gray material. The astonishing 9-colored aura of treasure was being emitted from the center of the rubble in the distance. Even though they were very far away, the power of the treasure aura made them feel pressured, and they didn't dare to get close. The pillar of treasure aura suddenly started to weaken, and the 9-colored light started to dim before returning to the ground. The entire Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground became a dark world of black wind once more. The power of the treasure aura has disappeared, Lei Tong exclaimed. The 6 of them flew into the air at the same time and charged toward the top of the pile of rocks. They soon arrived at the approximate range of the treasure aura, but there were still countless rocks below them. Their spiritual senses were affected by the black wind, so they couldn't go any deeper. Purple light destroying the sky. The purple-robed elder thrust out his palm. A dazzling, crystal-clear purple palm shadow turned into a sky full of purple shadows, directly blasting the rubble below. Bam! No one knew what these dark gray rocks were made of, but the purple-robed elder's attack only managed to leave a few cracks on them. Looks like it's impossible to enter from here. The purple-robed elder was slightly unwilling. The area below them was covered by rocks, so it was impossible to enter from here. We can only find another entrance. Jing Kai sighed. I saw a cave just now. Zhao Feng's voice suddenly sounded. It was like thunder, and everyone immediately looked over with joy. Where is it? The purple-robed elder immediately asked. There's a small cave not far away from where we just came from. It seems to lead underground. Zhao Feng answered honestly. The purple-robed elder's group flew away as soon as he finished speaking. It didn't take long for the group to arrive at the place Zhao Feng had mentioned. There really is an entrance, Lei Tong exclaimed. He was overjoyed. In front of them, there was a cave that could only fit one person at a time. It was exposed, and one could faintly see stone steps below. Chapter 949. Within the Great Gone Imperial Palace. At this moment in time, chatter sounded in the hall and in the clouds. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the screens of the 9th and 2nd princes. The 2nd prince was closer to the Black Wind Canyon. What kind of treasure is there in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground? We've probably only seen a small portion of such a light. Unfortunately, most of the groups are scattered around the imperial tombs, and many of them have reached the center. Otherwise, it's not impossible for us to obtain the treasure if we work together. At this moment, everyone was more concerned about the treasure than the battle for Crown Prince. If they could obtain such a treasure, it didn't matter if they lost the battle for Crown Prince. In the hall below, the 8 big families, the Sects, and the elders of Sky Suspension Palace all looked at the screens in the sky in shock. Many people had regretful expressions that their own forces didn't appear in the Black Wind Canyon. Why is there such a shocking light of treasure in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground? Sai, Chen, is too far away from the Black Wind Canyon. The 13th prince's uncle was filled with shock, and he immediately patted his forehead in frustration. The ones that were the most excited were the 9th prince, the 5th prince, and the 2nd prince. According to the information on the screens, only these 3 groups had entered the Black Wind Canyon. Zhao Feng truly is a person of great fortune. Duke Nanfeng sighed in his heart. Several figures in the hall at the back of the Imperial Palace messaged each other. That's weird. Why would there be a peerless treasure in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground? A fatty with a fat face and big ears messaged. There's too little information about the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground. They all have dragon jades, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Elder Gumu replied. On top of that, none of the princes had entered. It'll be the fortune of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty if a member really does manage to bring out the treasure, a figure behind him said. At the center of the Forbidden Ground, everyone had entered the cave and slowly walked down the stone stairs. This underground passageway is very likely to lead to the location of the treasure. The purple-robed elder's eyes twinkled. The dark wind within the tunnel was thicker than the outside world, and it was almost pitch black inside. Furthermore, the stone walls here were made of a special material that was tough and thick. Everyone's spiritual sense was restricted. Howl! In the darkness, a ghastly howl suddenly sounded. A huge black shadow turned into a pitch-black whirlwind and pounced towards them. Not good. It's an emperor-level black wind ghost. Everyone's face darkened. Sure enough, a place of opportunity would definitely be accompanied by danger. They had been exploring the outside world for a long time, but all they had encountered were king-level black wind ghosts. As soon as he entered the underground tunnel, he encountered the emperor rank black wind ghost. It could be seen that they did not go the wrong way. Go. As the purple-robed old man attacked, a shocking soul force surged out. The purple-robed elder casually waved his palm, and a sky full of flashing purple light flew out. It contained both physical and spiritual damage as it flew toward the black wind ghost. Lei Tong immediately took out a deep lightning bead and poured his soul strength into it. A bolt of soul lightning shot out and exploded on the black wind ghost's head. Lightning-attributed soul attacks were extremely effective against evil spirits and vengeful spirits. Old Ing stood behind them and shot out several dark beams of light at the black wind ghost's vitals. Although the Emperor-level black wind ghost had its own intelligence, it was extremely low. Under the combined attacks of the three quasi-sacred lords, it disappeared in the tunnel. Continue. After confirming that they had come to the right place, everyone became excited and sped up. The deeper they went, the bigger the tunnel became. Now, many people could walk in a row. At the same time, the thick black wind almost blocked their vision. The two emperors in the group were starting to find it hard to block it. The material of these walls is even tougher than the giant stones on top of the pile. The purple-robed elder touched the walls and sighed in his heart. Even with his full-strength attacks, he could only leave a few cracks on the giant stones. At this moment, the toughness of the walls far surpassed the materials used to craft earth-grade weapons. A fork? Everyone instantly stopped. The purple-robed elder and Olding were troubled as well. Two tunnels suddenly appeared in front of them. Their senses were restricted, and they couldn't differentiate between them. It's best if we don't split up, Olding said cautiously. They were in the center of the forbidden land of the royal tombs and had arrived at an unknown underground tunnel. If the two teams, which were not strong to begin with, split up, their chances of survival would instantly drop to 0. Then let's choose one of the paths. The purple-robed elder agreed with Olding's suggestion. Just as the purple-robed elder and Olding were hesitating, two black wind ghosts jumped out from one of the tunnels. Their aura wasn't as strong as an emperor's, but they were stronger than the king-level black wind ghosts in the outside world. Ha, it should be this way. Fortune and danger come together. The purple-robed elder laughed as he unleashed a dark purple light from his palms. Lei Tong and Olding also took action. They didn't agree or disagree with this method. Let's see. Zhao Feng took half a step back and opened his left eye. A faint golden ripple spread across the golden eye. Zhao Feng lowered his head and looked downward. In an instant, Zhao Feng's left eye saw through the complicated structure of countless particles. However, he still didn't find anything special. All he could say was that there was definitely a secret here, but it was very deep underground. His left eye's ability wasn't enough to see through it. After a long time, the faint golden ripple on Zhao Feng's left eye disappeared. A black wind ghost suddenly appeared behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, watch out! Old Ing roared after killing the black wind ghost in front of him. This black wind ghost turned into a black whirlwind and smashed into Zhao Feng's back. Zhao Feng acted as if he didn't sense anything, but the symbols of God tribulation lightning in the depths of his soul started to flash. Boom! Ancient God tribulation lightning surrounded the black whirlwind that smashed into Zhao Feng's back, and it was instantly turned to dust. See, Lei Tong, who had just turned around, felt his heart tremble when he saw this scene. He thought back to when he fought with Zhao Feng in the wooden building. He was sure that Zhao Feng wasn't as simple as he seemed, but he couldn't tell the purple-robed elder. That he ambushed Zhao Feng in the wooden building, but he was forced back by Zhao Feng. Brat, I thought you didn't know any soul attacks. The purple-robed elder immediately flew over and questioned Zhao Feng. Even the purple-robed elder could feel a terrifying destructive aura when Zhao Feng released his soul lightning just now. Don't any of you have soul-protecting treasures? Zhao Feng's expression was casual as he mocked. The purple-robed elder's expression kept changing, but he didn't say anything in the end. Of course, he had soul-protecting treasures on him, but their effects were terrifying. Everyone followed one of the paths and continued forward. Boom! The screams of the black wind ghost and the sounds of fighting suddenly came from ahead. What? There's someone ahead of us? The purple-robed elder's heart jumped, and he became solemn. From the looks of it, there was more than one path underground. Just as everyone turned a corner, a gust of extremely dense, dark wind swept over. Boom! The purple-robed elder waved his palms, and a dark purple palm shattered the wind. 3 quasi-sacred lords were fighting against several dozen black wind ghosts outside the entrance of a hall. An emperor that didn't specialize in soul attacks was hiding behind them. These Black Gale ghosts were all martial monarchs. It's the second prince's group. They had seen this group when they were fighting for the inheritance in the first ice castle. The purple-robed elder's expression paused. He didn't expect the second prince's group to be ahead of them. However, at this moment, the 3 quasi-sacred lords were still at a disadvantage and were forced out of the hall by several dozen Black Wind ghosts. At the same time, more King Black Wind ghosts jumped out of the hall. Fellow Taoists, we have the same goal. Come and help us. There must be great treasures in this hall. The leading elder with a goatee was covered in a layer of soul ice flames as he looked at the 6 behind him and asked for help. The hall in front. The purple-robed elder's eyes twinkled. He had originally planned to retreat and return to the original fork in the road, choosing another path to try. After all, although there were only 4 people in the second prince's group, their overall strength was stronger than theirs. Old Ing, let's go. There must be a secret in the hall in front. The purple-robed elder looked at Old Ing. If Old Ing wasn't willing to help, his group would be suppressed by the second prince's group. Okay. Old Ing looked at the entrance that was blocked by countless Black Wind ghosts and agreed. Zhao Feng, release your black striped venomous scorpions as well. The purple-robed elder looked at Zhao Feng, who had been hiding at the back. With the addition of Old Ing and the purple-robed elder, the 6 quasi-sacred lords started to push the Black Wind ghosts back into the hall. Thank you, everyone. The goatee elder expressed his gratitude to the 3 while inspecting Zhao Feng. It was incredible that someone who was only a king was able to come this far and still maintain a clear mind. Suddenly, all the Black Gale ghosts that were fighting each other screamed and trembled. Then they turned into countless black whirlwinds and retreated, escaping through another tunnel. They all retreated? The goatee elder felt that something was off. There should be some Black Wind ghosts that are more intelligent, but they retreated after seeing that they weren't our match. A member of the goatee elders group laughed and said, when all the Black Wind ghosts retreated from the hall, the appearance of the hall was revealed to everyone. This was a spacious ancient hall that emitted an ancient and evil aura. The walls around the hall were covered in countless complicated array runes that occasionally flashed with a crystalline light. There was a huge bronze pillar in the center of the hall. Countless ferocious giant beasts were engraved on it, and there were even many powerful races from myths and legends. It was grand and overbearing, causing people to feel hallucinations and be deeply immersed in it with just a glance. Jing Kai. Old Ing patted Jing Kai's back and sent his powerful soul intent to wake him up. What a terrifying bronze pillar! Jing Kai took a deep breath as cold sweat appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that Old Ing woke him up in time, he might have already died in the illusion. Zhao Feng looked closely at the beasts on the bronze pillar. They were extremely similar to the primordial races in his memories, and there were even more details. There was a giant black metal door on the bronze pillar in front of them. It seemed to be made from countless pieces of metal, and it seemed to be a mechanism. Countless flashing white gold arrays surrounded the bronze pillar and the giant black metal door. They seemed to be the center of the entire hall. On top of that, this mysterious golden white array also acted as a barrier. If it wasn't for the fact that the array was isolating them, even quasi-sacred lords would fall into the illusion of the desolate beast and be unable to escape if they looked at it. Chapter 950. There were a total of 10 people in the 3 groups, and they stood in front of the green bronze pillar in silence. Do any of you specialize in arrays or Heaven's legacy secret techniques? The goateed elder smiled awkwardly as he turned his head and asked. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't speak. It was obvious that there wasn't anyone. A small portion of the inheritances in the imperial tombs required masters in arrays or mechanisms to break through. However, they were in the minority. Moreover, the experts present had also seen huge and complicated formations in other dangerous ancient lands. They weren't on the same level as the arrays in this hall. They believed that only a few array masters in the imperial tombs would be able to break through the arrays in this hall. Can we destroy this array? A quasi-sacred lord in the goateed elders group murmured. Everyone fell silent. They didn't know anything about arrays, so how could they know if this was possible? Let's give it a try. Use long-range attacks. The purple-robed elder thought for a while. There were many formations in the world that had a backlash. When attacking a formation, one would suffer a backlash as well. Okay. Olding agreed. They had risked their lives to find this place in the depths of the forbidden grounds. They wouldn't be satisfied if they didn't find out what was inside. It was obvious that everyone agreed. After discussing, they retreated to the walkway outside the hall. 9 palm. The goateed elder circulated his true yuan, and a cold power appeared around him as he thrust out a profound palm. Who? The half-transparent image of an ice palm flew toward the golden white array on the green bronze pillar with a cold aura. The goateed old man's palm force phantom was unleashed very slowly. The instant it was unleashed, the goateed old man immediately took a few steps back. The image of the ice palm landed on the complicated golden white array. Boom! At the same time, a palm-shaped seal appeared on the wall next to everyone. How is this possible? The goateed elder's expression was stunned, and his heart started to beat fast. If it weren't for the fact that he was extremely careful, he would have been hit by his own palm. His attack was reflected back the instant it touched the array. No one was able to see the trajectory of the attack with their eyes. Zhao Feng's breathing also paused for a moment. Through his left eye, he was able to replay the scene in great detail. When he slowed down time by 5 times, he vaguely saw a shadow rebounding along the same trajectory. As for the goateed elder, he was experienced and had retreated a few steps in advance. As a result, the palm wind that was rebounded struck the wall beside him. It seemed that the experience of the older generation was indeed very useful. This was something that Zhao Feng currently did not possess. The others also widened their eyes in disbelief. As expected, such a precious treasure is not fated with us. Olding sighed. From what they saw just now, it was obvious that this array had surpassed the level of the mystic light realm. Look at the wall! Jing Kai suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze slowly shifted from the array in front of the bronze pillar to the palm print on the left wall. There was a tiny crack in the palm print. This is Zhao Feng's left. I could clearly see what was going on inside, and his expression instantly changed. The aura of sub-god crystals. The purple-robed elder's nose twitched, and then he said with certainty, "Everyone attack this wall together." The goateed elder revealed a joyful expression. Even if they weren't able to obtain the precious treasure sealed within the array, it wasn't bad if they could obtain something else. Boom! Boom! At this instant, ice, fire, lightning, fists, and palm wind all landed on the wall. Bam! The wall shattered under the combined attacks of everyone. Hu Wang A scorching power of wind, lightning suddenly appeared behind Zhao Feng. A pair of scarlet wings of lightning suddenly formed on Zhao Feng's back, and the powerful aura of fire lightning forced the other three emperors to take several steps back. Whoosh! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of scarlet wind lightning and charged to the other side of the wall first. Zhao Feng, how is this possible? The purple-robed elder was enraged and shocked. The strength that Zhao Feng displayed right now had almost surpassed the peak emperors in the imperial tombs. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to have hidden his strength so well that even the purple-robed elder didn't realize it. Now that Zhao Feng had revealed his strength and was the first to charge in, it was obvious that he had found some kind of treasure. After Zhao Feng, the 6 quasi-sacred lords charged into the dimension on the other side of the wall. This Zhao Feng is indeed very strong. The young emperor in the purple-robed elders group was stunned. In the last world of inheritance, he had faintly realized that Lei Tong and Zhao Feng had fought for a short time, and Lei Tong was the one who had lost. Lei Tong was a quasi-sacred lord, and his true strength was comparable to normal sacred lords. The other 3 emperors didn't show any weakness and charged in as well. The 6 quasi-sacred lords were dazed. The entire dimension was filled with light, and an ancient aura swept over them, causing their bodies to shake and making them unable to breathe. There were many shards, ores, and substandard god crystals all around the dimension that gave off a bright light that lit up the entire dimension. The ground of the dimension was filled with ores, shards, beast hides, bottles, and other materials. Each item radiated an ancient and desolate aura. These items were randomly scattered on the ground, and they gave off the feeling that they were trash that had been thrown away. This is divine meteoric metal, sky crystal fire ore, and purple gold celestial jade. Some of the older generation present could only recognize a few dozen items, and their bodies trembled in excitement. If any one of these shards and ores were to be spread to the outside world, 3-star and 4-star sects would go crazy over them. The extremely normal divine meteoric metal was even sealed away by the great gone Imperials. As for the other items, they had never seen them before, such as the brown beast hides and the unknown items in the bottles. Quick! The 6 quasi-sacred lords instantly threw away their usual noble attitude and charged toward the ground, hurriedly shoving the items into their interspatial dimensions. The 3 emperors that came later felt that this trip wasn't a waste after taking more than a dozen items. Soon, all the items in this space were swept clean. Not even a speck of dust was left. Zhao Feng, hand over half of what you just took. The purple-robed elder instantly appeared in front of Zhao Feng and unleashed a powerful aura that crushed down. Immediately, Lei Tong and another great emperor arrived, facing the purple-robed elder's pressure. Zhao Feng's expression was calm as he looked at the purple-robed elder with cold eyes. What's the meaning of this? Didn't we agree that it belongs to whoever gets it first? Old Ing immediately stepped forward. When our groups teamed up, he hid his strength and made us do the hard work. Now, we're just asking him to hand over half. The purple-robed elder's eyes sparkled. He had vaguely seen Zhao Feng take away a god crystal. God crystal, not substandard god crystals. That was the domain of a god, and it was the crystallization of the power of a heavenly god. Junior, you're just a measly king. You can't protect these precious items. At this moment, the goateed elder also walked over with a faint smile. Zhao Feng was the first to charge in, and the value of the treasures he obtained was self-evident. Although the other party could use an array to leave, he wouldn't be able to run next time if he used the array in his dragon jade. Old Ying's expression became grim. He didn't expect the goateed elder to get involved as well. Old Ying wasn't scared of the purple-robed elders group, but the goateed elders group had 3 peak quasi-sacred lords, and each of them was much stronger than the purple-robed elder. If there was no other way, he would have to use the array in his dragon jade to leave. Zhao Feng had the misty spatial world, so he could escape as well. This trip wouldn't have been a waste after obtaining so many treasures and ores. Humph, I don't have the habit of spitting out the meat I've eaten. Zhao Feng smiled in disdain. Hearing that, the expressions of the purple-robed elder and the goateed elder changed dramatically. The eyes of the others also bulged out. Arrogant Junior, if you don't have the habit of spitting out the meat, then I'll teach you how. The purple-robed elder's face went green as he circulated his dark, purple true yuan. Stop! Old Ing immediately roared. Who? The goateed elder appeared in front of Old Ing and stopped him. Sacred lightning dominating body. Zhao Feng took a step forward, and his body suddenly grew taller as a layer of golden blue lightning radiated from his body. The pressure of his peak, 5th level sacred lightning body instantly crushed forward. Boom! The purple-robed elder, who was circulating his true yuan, was instantly interrupted. The blood within his body started to boil, and he almost spat out his mouth. The young martial monarch next to him fell to the ground. His body was trembling, and he could not even stand up. Is this his true strength? Lei Tong had a struggling expression. It was obvious that he wasn't having a good time either. The goateed elders group was also shocked. The physical pressure that Zhao Feng displayed made them, even though they were quite far away, feel their bodies become heavy, and their blood almost stopped flowing. Humph, Zhao Feng, if you don't hand over half of your treasures today, then everyone in your group will use the teleportation array to leave. The purple-robed elder was enraged and shocked. Even though Zhao Feng had cultivated a profound body-strengthening technique, he was still a king. A measly king dared to go against his authority? This was unforgivable. Zhao Feng, hand over portion. Jing Kai panicked on the side. He found it hard to even breathe against the pressure from the purple-robed elder and the second prince's group. You're courting death. The symbols of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body suddenly released light as he circulated the fire of wind, lightning, and punched out. The suppressive holy lightning body mixed with the destructive fire of wind, lightning shot toward the purple-robed elder like a storm of lightning and fire. The array in the hall couldn't be broken, and the exploration of the Black Wind Canyon had ended. It was time to get rid of this old fellow. What? The purple-robed elder didn't expect Zhao Feng to attack first. Moreover, that punch contained the immense power of the thunder flame, causing him to instantly feel a strong sense of life-or-death crisis. Who? A blue shield with ripples of water appeared in the purple-robed elder's hand. Boom! Zhao Feng's punch landed on the blue shield, and a shocking tornado of fire and lightning exploded. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared on the shield before exploding. The purple-robed elder was forced back several dozen steps, and his hands became numb. How is this possible? How can a measly king have such terrifying power? The purple-robed elder was stunned. His shield of water had been directly destroyed. Everyone present was dazed after witnessing the scene. Zhao Feng was able to fight against a quasi-sacred lord with just his physical strength? Hand over all your treasures, or use the teleportation array. Fuck off. Zhao Feng's expression was cold as he slowly walked toward the purple-robed elder. Ha ha ha! Although I'm late, I should be able to get a share of the treasures. A loud laugh suddenly sounded from the passageway, followed by a surge of cold power. Chapter 9:51. Ha ha ha! Although I'm late, I should be able to get a share of the treasures. A loud laugh suddenly rang out from the passageway, followed by an extremely cold aura. The situation was developing too quickly. Everyone was still shocked by Zhao Feng's strength when they suddenly felt several powerful auras descend from above. It's Jiang Hao. The goateed elder's expression changed. Jiang Hao was a peerless genius that had awakened his bloodline from the Jiang family of the 8 big families, although they were both at the quasi-sacred lord realm. Jiang Hao's overall strength was much stronger than the goateed elder and normal sacred lords. The 7th prince's group Lei Tong's heart dropped. The Jiang family was the force behind the seventh prince in the Crown Prince trial. The seventh prince was ranked third in the Crown Prince trial, and he was one of the most popular contenders. The auras of the three quasi-sacred lords that came with Jiang were all on the same level as the goateed elder. Although the three groups seemed to be on the verge of breaking up, they were now on the same side. However, apart from the purple-robed elder and Zhao Feng, the other two were still facing each other. Zhao Feng, stop for now. Right now, our three teams need to temporarily work together. Jing Kai immediately messaged Zhao Feng. Although he was shocked by Zhao Feng's true strength, Zhao Feng's physical defense was comparable to a quasi-sacred lord's, but he still wasn't Jiang Hao's match. The Jiang family's ice demon bloodline was one of the top 20 imperial Dao bloodlines, and the chance of it awakening was very low. Jiang Hao is definitely an unrivaled existence below sacred lords. Even normal sacred lords might not be Jiang Hao's match. Zhao Feng, let's stop for now. This Jiang Hao is a peerless genius of the Jiang family's previous generation, and he has the ice demon bloodline. The purple-robed elder's eyes spun as he messaged. After personally experiencing Zhao Feng's punch, the purple-robed elder knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match. Jiang Hao's arrival gave him an excuse to stop. He would sneak away when Zhao Feng wasn't paying attention. His senses were limited in the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground, so it would be extremely difficult for Zhao Feng to find him. Jiang Hao. Zhao Feng glanced sideways at the white-haired handsome man. In the divine illusion dimension, Zhao Feng had interacted with members of the Jiang family, and Jiang Chen had left a deep impression on him. At that time, Jiang Qin was also outstanding, but compared to Jiang Hao, there was a huge gap between them. Are you Zhao Feng? Jiang Hao's cold eyes looked at Zhao Feng with interest. He had heard about the divine illusion dimension from the disciples of the Jiang family, but he didn't care about the grudges between the younger generation. He was only interested in Zhao Feng. A king realm cultivator dared to enter the center of the Black Wind Valley. If it were a normal king, they would have already been corroded by the dark Yin wind and turned into a black wind Yin ghost. Furthermore, the quasi-sacred lord fighting against Zhao Feng was at a disadvantage. Having the strength of a quasi-sacred lord at the king realm was indeed incredible. You want to split the treasures? Zhao Feng ignored Jiang Hao's words and asked in return. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised as he looked at Zhao Feng and smiled. That's right. Do I have the right? The purple-robed elder and the others felt their hearts jump as they listened to the conversation between Zhao Feng and Jiang Hao. As long as the three groups teamed up, Jiang Hao's group wouldn't dare to do anything to them. What did Zhao Feng want to do? Old Ying's heart was in chaos as well. He didn't know what would happen next. This isn't about the right. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he faced Jiang Hao's questioning. Oh, then tell me, how can I obtain the treasures? Jiang Hao snickered coldly. He wanted to hear what Zhao Feng wanted to say. The three quasi-sacred lords behind Jiang Hao laughed. If the three groups teamed up, they wouldn't be able to take the treasures by force. However, it was obvious that there was a big conflict between the three groups, and Zhao Feng was extremely stubborn and arrogant. He didn't put Jiang Hao in his eyes at all. In this situation, they would be able to obtain the most benefits as long as they reduced the strength of the three groups. As Jiang Hao asked his question, everyone's gazes gathered on Zhao Feng. No one understood what Zhao Feng meant by these words. What is Zhao Feng trying to do? Why is he talking so much nonsense to Jiang Hao? The purple-robed elder cursed in his heart. However, suddenly, the fire of wind lightning within Zhao Feng's body exploded out along with hundreds of God Tribulation lightning symbols. A scarlet golden mountain of lightning quickly flew out, and its target was the stone pillar at the center of the hall. The instant Zhao Feng circulated his true yuan, Jiang Hao's body tensed up, and he circulated his bloodline. However, he then froze. He originally believed that the arrogant Zhao Feng would attack him with lightning speed. He didn't think that Zhao Feng would actually throw a punch at the empty hall. Why was he doing this? The other 3 people in Jiang Hao's group also didn't understand. However, the hearts of the purple-robed elder, Olding, and the goateed elder skipped a beat. They knew how terrifying Zhao Feng's actions were. Zhao Feng's punch was aimed at the array at the center of the stone pillar. The goateed old man had already displayed the terror of this spirit formation to the crowd earlier. This mysterious platinum-patterned formation could reflect external attacks with an even greater force, so fast that no one could react to it. Everyone's body trembled, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Not good. Zhao Feng wants to kill me. The purple-robed elder instantly felt a sense of death. He didn't dare believe that Zhao Feng still wanted to kill him even after everything had developed to this point. There was no time to use the dragon jade to teleport him away. Retreat. The purple-robed elder instantly took a step back. Boom! In the next instant, his head exploded. Even his shocked expression and soul were destroyed. A deep fist imprint was left on the wall behind the purple-robed elder. Who? Everyone instantly became deathly silent. The only thing that could be heard was the weird howl of the dark wind. He's dead. Lei Tong's heart shook. How is this possible? He clearly took a step back. The goateed elder's face was filled with disbelief. The purple-robed elder had already reacted when Zhao Feng attacked the array and took a step back. Zhao Feng's attack landed on the array and was reflected back. Why did it still hit the purple-robed elder? Jiang Hao's eyes instantly widened, and he took a deep breath. The 3 people behind him were completely stunned, and their minds went blank. They didn't understand why Zhao Feng would casually punch the hall. The result was that the purple-robed elder's head exploded. A quasi-sacred lord had died, just like that. That's because he used an array. The elder with white hair in Jiang Hao's group looked toward the center of the hall with a bright light in his eyes. However, the dark wind in the hall immediately covered his vision. I'm sorry, but I even calculated the distance you took when you took a step back. Zhao Feng looked at the purple-robed elder's body and said in a low tone, as if he wanted the purple-robed elder to die in peace. How is this possible? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, all the experts who understood the principles of arrays were stunned. Calculating the path of the rebound was extremely difficult, and it wasn't something that could be seen through with just one glance. Zhao Feng was even saying that he had even calculated the purple-robed elder's reaction and his step back. No one believed it. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying this youth was. Killing people didn't take much effort, and using the array to kill people made it hard for the person being killed to even react. For example, even if the purple-robed elder activated the array in his dragon jade, he wouldn't be able to escape in time. This is Zhao Feng? Jing Kai looked at Zhao Feng in a daze, as if this was the first time he had met him. Just this one person had stunned all the experts present, including Jiang Hao from the Jiang family. Controlling the situation, the old man with a goatee was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have expressed his stance so quickly. Zhao Feng took the purple-robed elder's storage ring and looked at Jiang Hao. You have to put in the effort to reap the rewards. At that moment, Zhao Feng answered Jiang Hao's question. Jiang Hao's eyes were dull. Just a moment ago, the formation master and his team had explained to him how Zhao Feng killed the purple-robed elder. He could not help but admit that the punch from Zhao Feng had stunned him and everyone present. This young man was not simple. You're right, you can't reap without sowing. Jiang Hao suddenly said. Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Feng's performance was indeed terrifying, but the strength of Jiang Hao's team was not to be underestimated. Now that Jiang Hao had compromised, everyone suddenly felt that they should thank Zhao Feng. There should be an extraordinary array formation in this hall, and it just so happens that there's an array formation grandmaster in my team. Jiang Hao said, "It's Grandmaster Wu Yu, right?" Old Ing looked at the white-haired elder. "It is indeed this old man." Wu Yu slowly stepped out from behind Jiang Hao and looked at Zhao Feng with a deep gaze. Zhao Feng's gaze paused. He originally thought that this trip was over, but he didn't expect an formation master to suddenly appear. Zhao Feng used his left eye to examine the bronze pillars in the hall, and then he looked down. He still had a bad feeling about this. "If Grandmaster Wu, you can make some contributions, this will be yours." Zhao Feng waved the interspatial ring he had taken from the purple-robed elder. "Okay, I'll be counting on you, Grandmaster Wu Yu." Jiang Hao's eyes twinkled. "Allow this old man to take a look." The dark wind was too thick, and it was almost impossible to see anything in the center of the hall. Wu Yu slowly walked into the hall. However, Wu Yu soon retreated and looked at Jiang Hao before shaking his head. "This is the most mysterious and complicated array that this old man has ever seen. Even this old man can't do anything." Jiang Hao's team revealed disappointed expressions. Wu Yu was the most famous formation master. If even he said that, then there was indeed nothing they could do. "Let's go, Zhao Feng. This trip has come to an end." Old Ing slowly walked over. Since they couldn't solve the array, they wouldn't be able to obtain the treasure. After arriving at this hall, there was no way to continue exploring the path. This old man will be leaving as well. The goateed elder and his team prepared to leave as well. They had obtained enough treasures. They just needed to find a safe place and wait for the Crown Prince trial to end. The purple-robed elder from Lei Tong's team was already dead. Lei Tong and the other emperor looked at Jiang Hao's team with wariness. The two of them followed behind Old Ing and prayed that Jiang Hao wouldn't cause trouble for them. Just as they were about to leave, boom, 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 the entire ground started to shake. Whoosh! A brilliant 9-colored aura burst out from the bottom of the bronze pillar and soared into the sky. The entire hall was dyed in 9-colored light, and layers of 9-colored light landed on everyone's bodies. The pitch-black dimension turned into a dreamy and grand hall. Everyone's eyes were also reflected by the 9 colors, and they instantly gathered on the shocking 9-colored bronze pillar, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 952. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the 9-colored bronze pillar, and they were unable to look away. Only Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with a weird light, and a faint golden ripple spread across it. At the same time, all the symbols of God tribulation lightning in Zhao Feng's soul started to flash. The 9-colored light that tried to enter his soul was instantly destroyed by the immortal and undying power of God tribulation lightning. As expected, Zhao Feng murmured in a low tone. This time he was extremely close to the 9-colored light, and Zhao Feng was able to see it even more clearly with the power of his left eye. The structure of this 9-colored light was actually soul power. In other words, this dazzling 9-colored treasure light was actually an illusion. Zhao Feng then placed one hand on Old Ing's shoulder, and a surge of soul intent along with the power of God tribulation lightning covered Old Ing's soul. "Old Ing, don't move. I have no ill intentions," Zhao Feng messaged at the same time. "Who?" The air of Yin and the 9-colored light in the depths of Old Ying's soul were slowly expelled by Zhao Feng. Old Ying's eyes instantly became clear, and then he revealed a look of fear. "Thank you, Zhao Feng." Old Ying took a deep breath and sent a message to Zhao Feng. "I didn't think that we would be tricked from the moment we entered the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground." Old Ing analyzed everything the moment he woke up, and he sighed in his heart. Ever since they entered the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground and started to slowly erode them, everyone started to change, and the desires in their hearts became bigger and bigger. Even Old Ing didn't realize that their personalities had already left their original selves. Then the 9-colored light that shot into the sky pointed everyone in the right direction and led them to this place. After entering the underground, the influence of the black wind became even stronger. Even the fact that the purple-robed elder suddenly attacked Zhao Feng and the goateed elder got involved was a sign that his desires had been magnified and his personality was twisted. Jing Kai, who was next to him, had been twisted by the black wind and 9-colored light into a weak, selfish, emotionless, and pitiful person who only cared about treasures. He could only blame himself for being too fragile and hiding too many desires in his heart. Even Olding wasn't confident that he could wake him up now that he was so twisted. Olding closed his eyes and circulated his soul, intent to protect his soul. At the same time, he sensed the 9-colored light in front of him. It's actually an extremely profound soul power. Olding was stunned, and he turned his gaze toward the others, apart from him and Zhao Feng. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bronze pillar that was emitting a 9-colored glow, completely ignoring everything else. Their desire for the treasure was completely exposed on their faces. However, in the eyes of any normal person, all of this was extremely abnormal and strange. Zhao Feng, why aren't we leaving? Old Ing was already terrified of this place. Let's wait for a while. If the situation becomes critical, we'll use the formation in the Dragon Jade. Zhao Feng looked indifferent. This youth. Old Ing couldn't see through Zhao Feng anymore. A King Realm expert had entered deep into this place, yet he still maintained a clear mind, waking him up at the crucial moment. At this moment, he was completely fine as he looked at the 9-colored light. At this moment, Olding even suspected that Zhao Feng was the reincarnation of a peerless expert. In front of him, the 9-colored light on the bronze pillar slowly weakened, and the light gradually disappeared. The bronze pillar returned to its original state. The entire hall fell into a world of darkness once more. The crowd that was about to leave stopped in their tracks. They looked at the bronze pillar and didn't leave. Let this old man have a taste of this treasure. At this moment, Wu Yu's eyes twinkled with excitement as he slowly approached the bronze pillar. Everyone's eyes twinkled as they looked at Wu Yu with a wisp of hope. Old Ing stood at the back with fear on his face as he looked at this scene. Almost everyone in the hall was being led by the nose. How could this 9-colored light be so coincidental? It suddenly appeared right when everyone was about to leave. Also, the black wind ghosts that suddenly appeared at the fork were actually giving them a path. Furthermore, all of the black wind ghosts in the hall let out a collective shriek before retreating. Everything seemed to be arranged by a mysterious power. Zhao Feng, what's hiding down there? Old Ing messaged him. It might be a treasure or something else. Zhao Feng couldn't see the end of this place with his left eye. He also wanted to know the secret of this place, so he followed everyone deeper and deeper. He watched as everyone slowly lost themselves before finally arriving at this hall. Zhao Feng, should we stop Wu Yu? Olding looked at Wu Yu as he slowly walked toward the complex golden-white array. There's no need for that. Even if I stop them this time, there will still be people coming. They'll definitely come to this hall. Furthermore, the next trial by fire will be here. Don't tell me I'm going to stand guard here and stop them all? Zhao Feng's reply made Olding speechless. In reality, Olding really wanted to know the secret of this place. Then let nature take its course. Old Ing sighed in his heart as he prepared to use his dragon jade. In front of the bronze pillar, Wu Yu closed his eyes and released his soul, intent to sense the structure of the array in the hall. A while later, Wu Yu's soul intent slowly merged into the array and started to circulate along with the golden white array. A wisp of blood suddenly leaked out of Wu Yu's mouth. It was obvious that he had used too much mental energy. The others didn't care about this. They only hoped that Wu Yu could break through the array, even if it was just a small opening. As time passed, everyone started to become uneasy. Wu Yu's soul intent had already sunk into the array. He didn't even realize that he had spat out blood several times. Suddenly, a gust of black wind came from the other side of the tunnel. Roar! Countless black wind-eaten ghosts charged into the hall along with the dark wind. Not good. It's the black wind-eaten ghosts that just retreated. The elder with the goatee exclaimed. Then kill them all. We can't let them disturb Grandmaster Wu Yu. Jiang Chen's expression became cold as he prepared to attack. Jiang Chen, wait. A member of Jiang Chen's team stopped Jiang Chen, who was about to attack. Look, they're helping us break through the array. The old man exclaimed with a joyful look on his face. Countless black wind-eaten ghosts, including kings and emperors, charged toward a certain spot on the golden-white array. Boom! A black wind-eaten ghost charged forward, but it was instantly repelled and dissipated. Roar! A second black wind-eaten ghost bit forward. Boom! This black wind-eaten ghost was killed by the rebounding force. A third, a fourth, Olding was stunned. He felt his hair stand on end when he saw this, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Great! They're helping us break through the array. Jing Kai's eyes twinkled as he exclaimed, Looks like these black wind-eaten ghosts also want to help us obtain the treasure. The elder with the goatee stroked his beard and laughed. Suddenly, Wu Yu's face went pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. His sole intent completely merged into the array, the place where the black wind-eaten ghosts were attacking. Whoosh! A crack appeared on the golden-white array. Boom! The entire hall started to shake once more. Boom! A strange, pitch-black smoke surrounded the bronze pillar, carrying a terrifying aura as it soared into the sky. The entire hall seemed to have fallen into hell, and the cold and wicked aura made everyone unable to breathe. Whoosh! A weird black mist suddenly jumped out of the small crack. Who? This ball of black mist turned into the head of a vicious beast that devoured Wu Yu's body before returning to the black mist through the crack in the array. What's going on? How did the nine-colored light turn into such a terrifying black mist? Senior Wu Yu was devoured by the black mist. No matter how stupid they were, such a powerful and terrifying aura and the imminent danger of death could awaken the fear in their hearts and make them more clear-headed. Olding, run! Zhao Feng immediately messaged. Who? After Wu Yu's body disappeared, the terrifying head formed by the black mist grew larger and immediately pressed down on everyone. A powerful suction force came from the mouth of the black mist beast head. Arg! Save me! The young emperor in Lei Tong's group was heavily affected by this place and was sucked into the black mist. Zhao Feng and Olding instantly used secret techniques and disappeared into the pathway. Olding even dragged Jing Kai with him as he escaped. Only then did the others react and turn around to run. Arg! What's this? A quasi-sacred lord from the goateed elders group was sucked into the black mist. Dragon! Dragon Jade! One of the members trembled as he activated his Dragon Jade. In an instant, a dragon-patterned light spread out along with the spell formation's projection. However, in the next instant, this member was devoured by the black mist beast head before he could even teleport away. Boom! The black mist beast head suddenly split into several balls of black mist before condensing into smaller heads that tried to devour everyone that was trying to escape. Zhao Feng used the lightning wing's spatial flash to escape while using his left eye to observe what was happening behind him. The person that was devoured by the black mist beast head managed to enter the array through that small crack. Zhao Feng was stunned. What kind of technique was this? It shrank a person that was 6 to 7 feet tall to the point that they could pass through a small crack. Not good. Zhao Feng realized that a black mist head was trying to devour him. Zhao Feng stopped observing and used the lightning wing's spatial flash to escape. Whoosh! The instant that Zhao Feng came out of the entrance, he felt that the danger had disappeared. At this moment, the entire Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground was still shaking. Looks like this ball of black mist can't appear on the surface. Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. Zhao Feng, quickly leave this place. Maybe you can still save Jing Kai. Old Ing looked at the unconscious Jing Kai and was slightly worried. After all, the 9th prince only had 7 members. They couldn't lose any more. At this moment, the black wind within the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground started to become more chaotic, as if it was going to return to its original state. Okay. The golden ripple on Zhao Feng's left eye started to dim. Everyone that should have escaped had escaped, and the underground became calm again. However, the two didn't get very far. A wall to the side exploded, and a storm of destruction from the power of a little world swept across the area. A ball of black wind blew out from the underground of the little world. Roar! This ball of black wind turned into a giant black wind ghost that leapt toward Zhao Feng. Not good! The little world of the Sacred Lord's inheritance has shattered. This is the Sacred Lord intent that has been demonized by the black wind. Old Ying's single eye looked ahead, and a soul intent that hadn't completely turned into a black wind ghost, yet crushed over with a strong power of Yin. Chapter 953. Not good! The little world of a Sacred Lord's inheritance has been shattered. This is the Sacred Lord intent that has been demonized by the wind of darkness. Old Ying's only eye looked forward with panic. A certain Sacred Lord might have placed the little world inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon a long time ago. As the wind of darkness eroded the little world and caused the Black Wind Canyon Forbidden Ground to shake, the little world was completely destroyed. The Sacred Lord intent within the little world had been demonized long ago, and it wasn't just intent anymore, so it could leave the little world. Who? A soul intent that hadn't completely turned into a black wind ghost, yet crushed over with a surge of soul power. A measly king dares to enter this place? Give your body to me. Zhezha! This twisted black wind ghost gave off a voice that sounded like bones rubbing against each other. It made one's hair stand on end and their hair stand on end. The demonized Sacred Lord intent decided to take over Zhao Feng's body. Wind lightning eye flame. A surge of eye bloodline flames surged from Zhao Feng's left eye. Golden purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning exploded on the demonized Sacred Lord intent. Zhao Feng's wind lightning eye flame was a pure soul attack that used the power of god tribulation lightning as its core. It was extremely powerful against the soul. Furthermore, the element of lightning itself was a great counter to dark and sinister demons and the like. Rumble. The demonized Sacred Lord intent felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning were exploding within its body, and the god tribulation lightning was still burning. Arg! How is this possible? The power of this junior's soul. The demonized Sacred Lord intent screamed, and its face was filled with wariness as it looked at Zhao Feng. The demonized Sacred Lord intent had underestimated its opponent too much, so it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. A searing pain spread through its body. So strong! Is this his true strength? Old Ing quickly retreated and saw the power of Zhao Feng's soul attack. The pressure from the demonized Sacred Lord intent wasn't any weaker than an early-stage mystic light realm intent, but it was still injured by Zhao Feng's soul attack. With such a high attainment in the soul, it was no wonder Zhao Feng did not fear the purple-robed old man, Zhang Hao the goateed old man, and the others, because Zhao Feng's strength was enough to look down on them. Let's go, Zhao Feng urged. The dark wind in the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground was gradually becoming stronger. In this environment, the more damage the demonized Sacred Lord intent received, the faster it would be demonized. Furthermore, as long as the damage wasn't fatal, it could use the Yin Qi around it to recover. Zhao Feng's true cultivation level was that of a king, after all. As the dark wind became stronger, its effect on him and its suppression also multiplied. At this moment, the two of them were still in the center of the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground. Their vision was pitch black. Old Ing immediately used a secret technique to escape. Damn it, this junior soul attack also contains the destruction profundity. The demonized sacred lord intent recovered, but it felt its consciousness becoming weaker and weaker. No, I need to find a body to take over. The demonized sacred lord intent's face twisted as its intent was slowly being devoured. It needed to find a physical body to take over and recover its original intent, or else it would become one of the walking Black Wind ghosts in the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground. All of you attack as well. The demonized sacred lord intent released a surge of air of Een, and it roared at the Black Wind ghosts nearby. Roar! 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 The Black Wind ghosts howled in shock and immediately started to move. They turned into black whirlwinds and leaped toward Zhao Feng and Old Ing. When looked at from afar, it was like a layer of black and oppressive storm, and countless howls and roars that could make ghosts cry resounded from within it. Old Ing's hair stood on end, and he started to sweat. He didn't even need to sense it. The screams and howls behind him were like 100,000 ghosts from hell. Old Ing was prepared to activate the array in his dragon jade at any moment. Zhao Feng was slightly faster than Old Ing, and he had a grim expression as he looked behind him. Although these Black Wind ghosts weren't very strong individually, there were at least a few hundred of them charging over. Adding on the demonized sacred lord intent, it would be bad if they caught up. He had left marks in other places within the imperial tombs, but he didn't leave a mark outside the Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground. Therefore, he couldn't use the misty spatial world to leave with Old Ing, or else the Ninth Prince and Josu would still be waiting outside for them. Sacred lightning dominating body. Zhao Feng's body suddenly became taller, and a layer of golden blue lightning flashed around him. In an instant, Zhao Feng's resistance against the Black Wind wind increased. Zhao Feng then casually punched out several times. Giant metallic fists made of golden lightning crushed forward like a mountain of lightning. Every punch contained a powerful soul Dao illusion technique. In an instant, the black mass of Black Wind ghosts slowed down. Zhao Feng didn't think about killing these Black Wind ghosts. He just used his illusion maze domain to make them lose their sense of direction. Zha, old fogey, lend your body to me. Right as Zhao Feng was attacking, the demonized sacred lord intent suddenly flew out from the black whirlwind and charged toward Old Ing. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression became grim. He didn't expect the demonized sacred lord intent to give up on taking over his body and instead stretch its claws toward Old Ing. Although Old Ing's mastery of the soul was high, he definitely wasn't a match for this demonized sacred lord intent. What? The demonized sacred lord intent caught up to Old Ing, who was running away. A powerful pressure instantly swept over, and Old Ing's body froze. His soul felt like it had fallen into an ice house. The demonized sacred lord intent was about to enter Old Ing's body. Gaze of the gods! A shocking purple and golden eye bloodline power appeared in Zhao Feng's golden left eye. In an instant, a bottomless purple and golden whirlpool formed in Zhao Feng's left eye, and it connected to an endless purple and golden abyss. A forbidden power that targeted the soul covered everything that Zhao Feng's left eye looked at. What's going on? The demonized sacred lord intent instantly felt a strong suction force pull it to the side. Old Ing, who was extremely close to the demonized sacred lord intent, also felt a terrifying suction force. It was as if his soul was about to leave his body. What a terrifying eye bloodline technique. Old Ing was terrified, and he quickly escaped from Zhao Feng's line of sight and started to run. He knew that Zhao Feng was restricting the demonized sacred lord intent, so that he could escape first. Damn it, you brat! The demonized sacred lord intent roared helplessly and angrily. Its entire body was made up of soul intent, and it didn't even have a place to exert force. Its entire body was being pulled by Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng extracted the soul of a normal person, their soul would be able to stay in their physical body. It struggled for a while. However, pure soul intense resistance was greatly reduced in front of Zhao Feng's gaze of the god eye. However, even then, the demonized sacred lord intent struggled, and Zhao Feng was unable to put it into the dimension of his left eye. One could only say that this demonized sacred lord intent was already very strong, and it was fighting back due to its desire to live. Let go of me, the demonized sacred lord intent roared, but it couldn't control its body at all. It couldn't even take half a step forward. It could even faintly see an illusory ancient city, and the scene in front of it started to become chaotic. This brat's soul-extracting technique also contains the Tao of illusions. The demonized sacred lord intent was filled with fear. Let go of me, brat. I promise you that I won't steal your companion's body. The demonized sacred lord intent felt its consciousness become blurry, and it was about to be completely replaced by an evil thought. If this continued, it would still be the one to suffer in the end. Therefore, it could only give up on Olding and Zhao Feng and search for other living people nearby. That way, it might have a chance of survival. Zhao Feng looked at Olding, who was already very far away, and stopped using the gaze of the god eye. The higher the rank of the soul, the more energy it took to absorb it. At this moment, the demonized sacred lord intent was struggling furiously, and it was too difficult to absorb it. Lightning wings, spatial flash. Whoosh! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning as he flew out of the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. Outside the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground, Old Ying's body instantly relaxed as soon as he came out of the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. Ninth Prince, let's go. Old Ying immediately went to where the Ninth Prince was hiding. Old Ying, where are Zhao Feng and Jing Kai? The Ninth Prince had been inspecting the situation of the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground from the outside, and he only had one feeling: it was weird. As for the teams that entered, none of them had come out. The Black Wind Valley Forbidden Ground's darking wind was also rapidly returning to its original state. His tense heart relaxed when he saw Old Ying come out, but when he didn't see anyone else, the Ninth Prince's heart tensed up once more. Let's go. Zhao Feng will catch up soon, Old Ying hurriedly urged. Then he led the two of them away. Old Ying knew very well that even Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to destroy the demonized sacred lord intent. He had taken a huge risk to stall the demonized sacred lord intent so that Old Ying could leave first and take Zhou, Su, and the Ninth Prince away. Otherwise, if the demonized sacred lord intent charged out, the Ninth Prince and Zhou, Su, would become human targets. No matter how strong Zhao Feng was, he wouldn't be able to protect all three of them at the same time. Zhao Feng charged out of the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground, not long after the three left. His left eye immediately saw Old Ying and company running away, and he instantly chased after them. At the same time, the group of 4 from the black-robed group quickly arrived several thousand miles away from the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. Senior Black, the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground is up ahead. One of the members sensed the direction the black-robed person was heading towards and quickly warned in fear. Was the black-robed person taking them to the Forbidden Ground to search for resources? However, even if there were unlimited fortune in the Forbidden Ground, they didn't have the life to take it. The black-robed person's actions and thoughts were completely different from normal people's. The other 2 members also revealed fearful gazes. Zhao Feng! An excited and sinister voice suddenly sounded from the black-robed person's body. Who? The black-robed person turned into a ball of black light and sped toward the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. Chapter 954. As soon as Zhao Feng left the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground, the demonized Sacred Lord, intent, charged out. Damn it, there's no one in the Black Wind Canyon. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent, panicked, and its consciousness started to become chaotic. More than 90% of its half-transparent soul intent had turned black, and it had become the same existence as the Black Wind Een ghost. Someone's coming. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent, seemed to have grabbed onto its last hope, and its body trembled with excitement as it charged toward the black figure in the distance. Kikik, give me your body. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent, leaped toward the black-robed person. The expression of the black-robed person who just arrived paused. What is this? Sensing the other party's hostility, the black-robed man snorted coldly. Without the slightest fear, he charged directly at the black ball of soul will. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent, instantly charged into the black-robed person's body. Boom! In just a short while, the demonized Sacred Lord, intent, screamed and was pushed out of the black-robed person's body, losing some of its power. This isn't a human's body. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent, said in a trembling voice. The instant it charged into the black-robed person's body, it was pushed back by a terrifying aura. This power even surpassed the power of its previous owner. It couldn't see through the laws and intents contained within it. How is this possible? Such a powerful amount of power. The demonized Sacred Lord, intent's consciousness became blurry, and it couldn't even speak clearly. His body turned black as he turned into a giant black ghost, unleashing a ferocious aura. Roar! The Sacred Lord-level Black Wind Een ghost turned into a large black blade that charged toward the black-robed person. Gaze of death! A cold voice sounded from within the black-robed person's body, along with an intent of death that could pierce through heaven and earth. An undefiable intent of death started to radiate from the black-robed person's eyes. Wherever his gaze passed, heaven and earth became dark, and flowers withered and lost all signs of life. The large black wind Een ghost in front of him was instantly enveloped by this forbidden power and locked down. Roar! The black wind Een ghost roared in fear. The sinister energy on the surface of the black gale Een ghost was slowly dissipating. In front of the death power Upanishad, vitality was extinguished. Everything in this world would disappear. This was the ultimate power that couldn't be reversed in this world. At this moment, several members of the black-robed man's team rushed over. In an instant, the shadow of death shrouded the three of them. An irresistible force seemed to be plundering everything in their bodies. Profound of death. Get back! This is senior black-robe strength. The three members quickly retreated and took a deep breath. This was merely the remnant power of the black-robed man's profound of death, yet it was already so terrifying that they didn't dare to approach. In fact, they could even feel the life force in their bodies disappearing, including the lifespan of their souls. As the black wind Een ghost's power weakened, an extremely faint soul shadow was dragged out of the black wind Een ghost's body. You're a descendant of the god I. This soul shadow was the Sacred Lord intent from before. He didn't expect that he could regain consciousness after turning into a black wind Een ghost. But in the end, death was unavoidable. Whoosh! The half-transparent Sacred Lord intent started to age and become weaker as it was enveloped by the intent of death, and it was absorbed into the black-robed man. At the same time, a ball of black matter in front of it turned into a surge of black air of Een and merged into the air. A moment later, the black-robed man looked at the world of darkness in front of him before turning around and leaving. Senior Black Robe, where are we going now? A member immediately came forward and asked with a smile. He finally understood why the black-robed man was the leader. With the black-robed man's strength, even normal Sacred Lords would die. To the center. The black-robed man replied. Everyone disappeared from the Black Wind Canyon, forbidden ground. No one heard a wicked laugh from the depths of the Black Wind Canyon, forbidden ground. Ha ha ha! It wasn't a waste of my 2 breaths of origin chi. These low-tier bodies should be enough. Zhao Feng's here. The 9th prince and company stopped when they saw a ball of scarlet lightning behind them. It's good that you're fine. Old Ing had an awkward expression. He was the leader, but he let Zhao Feng stall the demonized sacred lord intent while he ran first. Luckily, Zhao Feng had returned safely. Let's find a place to discuss how to save Jing Kai. Old Ing had an ugly expression. Although Jing Kai wasn't very strong, he was still one of the main fighters of the group. They couldn't lose him like this. The group soon arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Old Ing let out Jing Kai from his little world. At this moment, Jing Kai's entire body was black, and an invisible air of Yin started to spread. He's been eroded by the air of Yin, and a powerful surge of soul power has affected his personality. Zhou Su are immediately judged after taking a few glances. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. She was able to tell all this with just a few glances. Her medical skills were indeed not simple. If it was Zhao Feng, he would have to use his soul power or the ability of his left eye. That's about it. Do you have a way to heal him? Old Ing nodded his head. He knew a little about Zhou Su'er's medical skills. The air of Yin can be expelled and healed, but there's still a mysterious soul power left in his soul that's very hard to get rid of. Zhou Su'er gave her answer after thinking for a moment. At this moment, Jing Kai regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Old Ing, we're out. Jing Kai suddenly sat up and looked around. Ai. Unfortunately, the place where the treasure is buried is protected by a beast spirit. Jing Kai still couldn't forget about the treasure in the Black Wind Canyon. Everyone looked at Jing Kai speechlessly. He was about to die in the Black Wind Canyon, but he was still thinking about the treasure. Old Ing and Zhao Feng risked their lives to save him, but he didn't even show any gratitude. Also, his personality has changed too much. Even if we can get rid of the mysterious soul power, we can't guarantee that he'll return to the original Jing Kai. Zhou Su looked at Jing Kai and added, Zhou Su, what did you say about me? Jing Kai's expression changed dramatically, and his eyes became grim. The atmosphere instantly became silent. Zhou Su, get rid of the air of Yin in his body first. Old Ing looked at Jing Kai, who was a complete stranger to him, and broke the silence. And get rid of the air of Yin and that soul power first, and then we'll think of a way. Zhou Su'er agreed with Old Ing. They had to get rid of the air of Yin and the other soul power in Jing Kai's body first. If Jing Kai changed, then he could still be saved. Jing Kai, don't worry. Let Zhou Su'er get rid of the air of Yin in your body. Old Ing tried to calm him down. Okay, I also feel a little uncomfortable. Old Ing still had some status in Jing Kai's heart. Although that was the case, Jing Kai was still suspicious and kept his guard up against Zhou Su'er. Old Ing, what happened in the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground? A total of 4 groups went in, but only you guys came out. The 9th prince couldn't suppress his curiosity. We're not sure about that either. Any forbidden ground in the Imperial tombs is a dangerous place that even the first Imperials didn't fully explore. After all, this is an ancient dimension. Old Ing replied in a solemn tone before sighing. The others probably used the arrays in their dragon jades to escape. The 9th prince's heart shook. He could feel how dangerous the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground was. Apart from Old Ing and Zhao Feng, everyone else used arrays to leave or died inside. However, our rewards this time are quite good. 2 of the little worlds were destroyed, and we were able to obtain Sacred Lord resources and Draconic Providence without any tests. Old Ing intentionally changed the topic. Old Ing and Zhao Feng then transferred all the draconic providence in their dragon jades into the ninth prince's pseudo-crown prince seal. However, the draconic providence in Old Ing's dragon jade wasn't even half of what Zhao Feng had in the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground. Zhao Feng, you didn't use your draconic providence to protect yourself. Old Ing was stunned. When they first entered this dimension, everyone would use their draconic providence to reduce the pressure. As time passed, everyone would slowly get used to this place. Therefore, draconic providence was used less and less. Thus, it was commonly used as an all-purpose defense to protect oneself and resist the attacks of powerful powers Upanishads, such as the Dark Wind. In the Black Wind Canyon forbidden ground, he was constantly using a wisp of draconic providence to protect himself against all sorts of laws and intents, but the Aravine was still eroding him bit by bit. On the other hand, Zhao Feng didn't use any draconic providence at all, and he was still able to maintain his consciousness. Let's head toward the center of the imperial tombs now. Now that Zhao Feng was with them, Old Ing felt a sense of security. Furthermore, Jing Kai's healing couldn't leave Zhou Su or Zhao Feng. I hope that you won't put too much emphasis on the resources and help the ninth prince. Old Ing had a sincere gaze, and Zhao Feng agreed. He took 2 inheritances in the Black Wind Canyon and the precious resources under the Black Wind Canyon. Zhao Feng had already obtained a lot. Unless he met something that he needed, Zhao Feng didn't care about normal early stage or early stage mystic light realm resources. Brother Zhao is already doing his best to help me. The ninth prince immediately smiled and said, the amount of draconic providence that Zhao Feng had given him was the most out of everyone else. Okay, we're still very far away from the center of the imperial tombs. We'll help Zhao Feng tame some of the beasts here during this period of time. Old Ing announced the next part of their itinerary. Traveling was the most important thing, and taming beasts was secondary. Conquering inheritances required time to obtain draconic providence. Taming beasts could increase the prince's strength and also give him a small amount of draconic providence. Zhao Feng obtained another 2 beast hordes after 5 days of traveling. At the same time, the air of Yin within Jing Kai's soul was expelled. The mysterious soul power hidden within his soul was too profound and powerful. Zhou Su couldn't do anything about it right now. At this moment, Jing Kai's personality hadn't changed much. If this continues, Jing Kai will become a big problem for our group. Old Ing was slightly worried. He doesn't trust us anymore and thinks that we're after his resources. Everyone avoided Jing Kai and communicated with each other. Why don't you give him to me? Zhao Feng's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 955. Everyone looked at Zhao Feng in surprise. You have a way to get rid of the mysterious soul power in his soul. Puzzlement flashed through Zhou Su-er's eyes. She still couldn't understand how Zhao Feng got rid of the poison back in the Saint Her Pavilion. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's mastery of the soul was indeed extraordinary. Old Ing revealed a thoughtful expression. Zhao Feng was the one who got rid of the 9-colored treasured light in his soul under the Black Wind Canyon. But Jing Kai's situation was different. Zhou Su spent 5 days to get rid of the air of Yin in his soul. From this, one could see how deeply Jing Kai's soul had been poisoned. Zhao Feng's method of getting rid of the poison obviously needed the healer's cooperation, and he couldn't have any thoughts of resisting. Jing Kai was now suspicious of everyone, so how could he let Zhao Feng's soul intent enter the depths of his soul? I can also change his personality at the same time. Zhao Feng added. In reality, this was what Zhao Feng wanted. Everyone took in a deep breath when they heard this and looked at Zhao Feng with puzzlement. You have the ability to change people. Zhou Su said. Jing Kai's personality was already so twisted. The only thing Zhou Su could think of was to let him enter some Buddhist sects and follow some monks. Only then would he be able to slowly change. The ninth prince and Olding were also extremely puzzled. Xiao Feng definitely wasn't a kind person. They couldn't imagine how Xiao Feng would teach Jing Kai about life. There's nothing you can do anyways. I can guarantee that he will do his best while he's still a member of the team. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes at everyone. Xiao Feng didn't agree with Jing Kai's strength, but just as Olding said, the ninth prince's team couldn't lose any more people. Then we'll leave it to Xiao Feng. Olding agreed. They had no other choice right now. Although he was confused, he had an indescribable confidence in Xiao Feng. Moreover, what Xiao Feng said just now, he could almost guess what method Xiao Feng would use, but it didn't matter. Jing Kai, who was resting at the side, noticed that something was wrong with the expressions of the others. He felt suspicious. Suddenly, Xiao Feng got up and walked towards him. "What are you doing?" Jing Kai panicked. The strength and means Xiao Feng had displayed in Black Wind Valley was still fresh in Jing Kai's mind. He was still very afraid of him. "Who?" Xiao Feng waved his left hand and put Jing Kai into the misty spatial world. Xiao Feng was the ruler of the misty spatial world, and the laws of the misty spatial world completely restricted Jing Kai. Xiao Feng walked towards Jing Kai, his powerful soul while pressing down on him again. Oh! Jing Kai's body and soul were greatly suppressed. He couldn't circulate his true yuan or soul will. Dark Heart Seal. A flickering purple and gold seal of lightning appeared in Xiao Feng's left eye, and it slowly imprinted itself into the depths of Jing Kai's soul along with wisps of the aura of God Tribulation Lightning. Although Jing Kai had the strength of an unrivaled emperor, his soul intent was his weakness. With Xiao Feng's soul intent, which was equivalent to a sacred lord's, he was able to easily imprint the Dark Heart Seal. A while later, "Master, I understand your good intentions. Please heal me." Jing Kai half knelt in front of Xiao Feng. Although Jing Kai's personality wouldn't change after being imprinted with the Dark Heart Seal, he believed Xiao Feng's words without any doubt and wouldn't have any other thoughts. If Xiao Feng had the ability to teach others, he might be able to turn Jing Kai into a good person in a short while. However, Xiao Feng didn't have the time to do that. "I'll first get rid of the mysterious soul power in your soul. Don't resist." Xiao Feng placed his hand on Jing Kai's head, and a surge of soul intent shot out from Xiao Feng's soul body. "Yes, Xiao Feng." Jing Kai relaxed and acted as if he was willing to let Xiao Feng do whatever he wanted. At the same time, he changed the word master to Xiao Feng. After all, Xiao Feng was a member of the team, and if one of the team members called him master, the other members would become afraid of Xiao Feng. "Who?" Through his arm, Xiao Feng's soul intent slowly entered Jing Kai's soul with his powerful soul power. Because he had a lightning soul body, Xiao Feng's soul power automatically contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. At the same time, with the help of Xiao Feng's God Spiritual Eye, he was able to clearly see the evil soul power within Jing Kai's soul and carefully get rid of it. However, this power had invaded Jing Kai's soul too deeply. Even Xiao Feng had to spend a lot of time to get rid of it. Of course, all of this was done while they were resting on the road. After all, the first stage of the Crown Prince trial was about to end. Everyone needed to get to the center of the imperial tombs as soon as possible. During this period of time, Xiao Feng didn't let Jing Kai reveal himself and told him to focus on cultivating in the misty spatial world. After the trip to the Black Wind Canyon, Jing Kai's soul intent had become more refined. However, Xiao Feng still wasn't satisfied with Jing Kai's strength. As a battle-type team, the ninth prince was much weaker than the other teams. At the very least, he didn't even have the battle power of a sacred lord. After Jing Kai's treatment ended, Xiao Feng had time to consolidate his strength. Ever since entering the Crown Prince trial, Xiao Feng hadn't had the time to comprehend all the battles. The battle experience of the older generation was very practical. For example, Sacred Lord 100 Refine's close combat techniques were definitely unique to the Chao family. At the same time, Zhao Feng would occasionally enter the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng realized that his ability to adapt to the ancient dream realm had increased. On a certain day, Zhao Feng enslaved another flying Yao spirit while walking through the ancient forest. A black eagle with the aura of an emperor landed on Zhao Feng's head. Who, after leaving the ancient dream realm and returning to the imperial tombs, Zhao Feng stood on top of a cliff and released the black eagle into the air. That's the fifth one. Zhao Feng had a smile on his face as he murmured softly. At the bottom of the cliff, everyone entered a state of cultivation. They could all feel how weak they were in the Crown Prince trial. They could only use all the time they had left. The ninth prince was the most hardworking, and since he was extremely talented, he was improving very quickly. Over the next few days, apart from traveling and resting, everyone only had one thing to do: help Zhao Feng tame beasts. Zhao Feng, we tamed the winged wolf pack and the night wolf pack last time. Now, you have enough agile and aggressive beasts. Olding analyzed. After taming beasts twice, Olding had a complete understanding of Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities. He could only say that Zhao Feng was so strong in every aspect that he wasn't human at all. One person could take on many responsibilities in a group, and Zhao Feng could even take over Olding's position. Olding knew that he wasn't as good as Zhao Feng when it came to predicting danger and analyzing weaknesses. Now we need beasts with strength. Olding's eyes twinkled. Olding changed his strategy after learning about Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities. Zhao Feng's beast horde was a key part of the Crown Prince trial. Olding placed great importance on it, and he was willing to spend a lot of time and manpower to strengthen Zhao Feng's beast horde. Beast-taming beasts. Zhao Feng thought about his ice crystal bear. However, it was obvious that Olding needed a large number of beasts with strength. Zhao Feng never thought that the Crown Prince trial would be so complicated. From the looks of it, the position of beast tamer wasn't easy. This is the place. The group stopped in a dark forest with towering trees. A wild and primal aura and an aura of blood instantly swept over. Boom! Occasionally, there would be an explosion accompanied by the roars of beasts. Everyone could feel that this place wasn't normal. We've arrived at the central region of the Imperial Tombs. This is a gathering place for beasts, and there are many powerful beasts here. Olding introduced the place to everyone. Who? A figure appeared next to Zhao Feng. It was Jing Kai. Jing Kai. Everyone had hesitant gazes as they inspected Jing Kai. At this moment, they couldn't feel the wicked power from Jing Kai's body anymore. It was obvious that Zhao Feng had successfully gotten rid of it, and I've been cultivating in Zhao Feng's little world this entire time. Jing Kai didn't feel anything when facing everyone else, but he still followed Zhao Feng's request and talked to the other members of the group. Zhao Feng let him out for the sake of the group's safety. The group of 5 then entered the center of the forest. In the depths of the forest, there was a pitch-black tree hole under a towering ancient tree. Inside the tree hole, however, was another world. It was like a brand new world. There was a sandstorm in the desert, and there was a giant castle made of sand in the center of the desert. Sure, Yulei, hand over the inheritance and draconic providence, and I'll let you go. A red-haired male covered in golden flames held a long spear and gave off a strong battle power. There were 3 other members next to the red-haired male. In front of them was a stone wall made of sand, and there were talismans and arrays on it. Boom! The red-haired male swept out with his long spear, and a giant ball of flame shot out like a blood-red flaming dragon with a domineering and scorching aura. Boom! Yellow sand rippled on the stone wall, spreading out like ripples in water. This blood-red flame dragon merged into the center, causing several muffled explosions to ring out. Then, the stone wall returned to its original state. It's useless, Tai Lingyun. With the power of the Sher family's bloodline and the protection of the inheritance, we won't be able to break in. A red-haired old man stood to the side, and the other two stood behind him obediently. The defense of this array is extremely profound. As expected of Shinjizi, the eyes of an array master behind the red-haired old man flickered. Every attack from Tai Lingyun would be weakened by the mysterious array on the stone wall. Inside the sand wall, Shi Yulei held a dark yellow shield with both hands, and there was a dark yellow dragon carved on it. This shield was in the center of the stone wall, and it couldn't be moved. What powerful attacks! As expected of the prodigy of the Tai family's younger generation. Such a terrifying blood devil sun bloodline. Shi Yulei harumphed. If it wasn't for the inheritance sacred weapon in his hand that could borrow some of the power from the little world, their group wouldn't have the strength to fight the fourth prince's group. Senior Shinjizi, why don't we use the array in the dragon jade to leave? Su Qingling's face was pale, and it was obvious that she was heavily injured. There's no need. Someone's already here to save us. A pale old man sitting cross-legged in the center suddenly opened his eyes, which were as deep as the starry night, as if they contained endless philosophy. Chapter 956. If you are unwilling to hand over the legacy resources and draconic providence, you can choose to tell me Zhao Feng's current location. Tai Lingyun frowned, slightly impatiently. This inheritance space was well preserved. Shi Yulei's defensive inheritance, sacred tool, had connected with the power of this place to form a yellow sand wall. Even the Tai family's elders couldn't do anything about it. Staying here would be a waste of both parties' time. However, the Ninth Prince's team probably didn't care about this bit of time. The Ninth Prince had no hope of becoming the Crown Prince. The Fourth Prince was different. He was the prince with the highest chance of becoming the Crown Prince. It was very likely that he would be targeted by the other princes, so their time was extremely precious. Senior Shinjizi, I believe you should be able to roughly divine it, right? Zhao Feng and Shen Yuan were the two people he wanted to defeat the most in the imperial tombs. Then there was Yu Tianhao. He possessed the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline, and after a few years he had grown to a point where others could not help but take him seriously. You'll know where he is the moment you turn around. Shinjizi's aged voice came from the other side of the yellow sand wall. Turn around. Tai Lingyun did not know what this meant. However, all of a sudden the bloodline in his body trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. Tai Lingyun immediately turned his head. Outside the ancient castle, a group of people was flying over. Zhao Feng! Tai Lingyun's entire body surged with a blood, sun-like, glazed flame, overflowing with battle intent. Within the yellow sand wall, Old Ing, the Ninth Prince, and Zhao Feng are all here. Su Qingling instantly sensed the situation outside. Great! Shi Yulei sighed. If this stalemate continued, he would still be the one who couldn't hold on. At the same time, Shi Yulei looked at Shinjizi. As expected of a master diviner, he could even divine something like this. This was the biggest crisis their team had faced so far, but they still managed to resolve it without using the Dragon Jade's formation. Shi Yulei couldn't help but admire this old senior who was once famous in Dagon. They had been surrounded by the Fourth Prince's team. However, now that all the members of the Ninth Prince's team were here, the situation was completely different. Just like how they had surrounded the Fourth Prince's team. Boom! Shi Yulei removed his defenses. Tai Lingyun, don't be anxious. The red-haired old man secretly transmitted his voice. Even though they had one sacred lord and 3 quasi-sacred lords on their side, the sacred lord was still a sacred lord. On the other hand, the Ninth Prince's group had arrived. There was a total of 8 people, and the Ninth Prince could use draconic providence to instantly increase his battle power. This was the uniqueness of the prince in this game. Facing so many teams, the prince was everyone's target. But against a single team, the prince was practically a super strong force. Moreover, even if the individual strength of a complete team was not strong, when they worked together perfectly, there was almost no weakness. Shi Yulei specialized in defense, and Su Qingling's soul attacks were impossible to defend against. There was also Shen Jizi, the mysterious array master, and the beast tamer's beast horde. With the treatment of the doctor, the beast horde could unleash boundless battle power. This was the power of a team. Even though the red-haired elder was a holy lord, he didn't want to tangle with such a team. Zhao Feng, do you dare to fight me? Tai Lingyun ignored the Tai family elder's words and turned into a ball of yang flame, directly rushing out. Everyone be careful. Old Ing messaged everyone, and the 6 of them stepped forward. Who? Tai Lingyun floated in the air and looked at the other 5 with annoyance. He gave a forced smile and said, What's wrong, Zhao Feng? You have the blood devil sun bloodline, but you're hiding behind someone else and becoming a beast tamer? Hearing what Tai Lingyun said, Shi Yulei and Su Qingling both paused in the sandstone castle. They were just wondering why Tai Lingyun was so interested in Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had the blood devil sun bloodline of the Tai family? What was going on? They immediately thought back to the 2 people from the Tai family that came before the fights for the spots. So that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Old Ing had already told the 9th prince and Zhou Su'er about this. At this moment, they looked at Zhao Feng with a complicated gaze. Tai Lingyun, this isn't a place for one-on-one fights. This is the Crown Prince trial. Old Ying's voice sounded. They had the advantage right now, and they didn't need to let Zhao Feng fight Tai Lingyun. Okay, then we'll use the rules of the Crown Prince trial. Tai Lingyun's eyes became grim. Let Zhao Feng fight me. If he wins, then all the draconic providence within this dragon jade will be yours. Tai Lingyun shook the dragon jade at his waist. It flickered with a crystalline light, vaguely forming a golden dragon tattoo. So much draconic providence. Old Ying's eyes twinkled as he sighed in his heart. The difference between the groups was still very big. Tai Lingyun's group's target was probably some early-stage or late-stage Sacred Lord inheritances, but they had gathered so much draconic providence. At this moment, the red-haired elder led 2 other members over from the sandstone castle. Behind them, Shinjizi's group maintained a certain distance. Old Ing and Jing Kai immediately stood in front of the 9th prince and Zhou Su'er and remained cautious. Old Ing, it's my mistake for you to surround us, but you can't stop us if we want to leave. The red-haired elder had a calm expression. Old Ying's eyes became grim as he looked at Tai Yinhua. This was indeed the case. All the members of the 9th prince's group were here. In a head-on fight, they wouldn't be scared even if the 4th prince's group was strong. However, if Tai Yinhua's group wanted to leave, how many of them could catch up? Even if some of their members could catch up, they wouldn't be a match for Tai Yinhua's group if they left the group. Why don't we do as Tai Lingyun said and let Zhao Feng come out and use the draconic providence as a bet? Tai Yinhua glanced at Zhao Feng's dim dragon jade and then at Zhao Feng. He also wanted to see the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. The 9th prince's group all looked at Zhao Feng. Jing Kai, the 9th prince, and Old Ing were confident in Zhao Feng facing Tai Lingyun. Zhao Feng had the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, but he specialized in soul eye bloodline techniques. He had a big advantage against Tai Lingyun. Furthermore, Tai Yinhua was obviously trying to make this fight happen because Zhao Feng's dragon jade had no light at all. Even if Zhao Feng lost, they wouldn't lose anything. That's a good idea. Zhao Feng stepped out. The people from the Tai family kept bothering him. Even though he had told Tai Hongnan everything before the fights for the spots, he knew that this wasn't over yet. The people from the Tai family were arrogant and self-centered. Zhao Feng didn't like this for a long time. Shi Yulei and Su Qingling paused. The 9th prince and company didn't have any intention of objecting. Could Zhao Feng's strength be able to fight against the peerless genius of the Tai family, Tai Lingyun? What did they miss? Ha, good. The bloodline within Tai Lingyun's body started to burn, and a layer of glass-like flames covered his body. He was like a flaming war god that radiated a scorching battle intent. A scorching power made everyone present uncomfortable. Their bodies felt pressured, and their blood and true yuan seemed to be burning. Everyone instinctively retreated. Sacred lightning dominating body. Zhao Feng took a step forward, and his body grew taller. He released a layer of golden blue lightning that crushed forward. Humph, you're not even using your bloodline. Tai Lingyun's eyes were cold. Zhao Feng's actions were an insult to him. Tung! Tai Lingyun immediately leapt into the air, and the glass-like flames around his body expanded dramatically. He turned into a glass-like fireball that smashed toward Zhao Feng. Hoo! A pair of scarlet wings of lightning instantly appeared behind Zhao Feng's back. Lightning flashed, and a limitless physical force of lightning spread out along with a sacred lightning body, causing Tai Lingyun's speed to slow down. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's scarlet wings of lightning suddenly flapped. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's figure turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning that charged toward the glass-like fireball at an even faster speed. Zhao Feng's actions instantly broke Tai Lingyun's momentum, and he unleashed an even more dominating charge. He had the initiative from the start of the battle. Boom! The scarlet golden light and the blood-red flames clashed, and a shocking explosion sounded out like a meteor crashing into the ground. Hoo! Tai Lingyun was pushed back several steps, and he was slightly surprised. Zhao Feng's physical force made him feel as if he had struck steel, and the burning characteristic of his blood devil sun bloodline was greatly reduced. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng used the scarlet wings of lightning to stabilize himself as he retreated. He cultivated the sacred lightning body, and his defense was shocking. However, Tai Lingyun's blood devil sun bloodline allowed him to unleash power that far surpassed Zhao Feng's, even though he was at a disadvantage. The difference between a king and a quasi-sacred lord was huge. The blood within Zhao Feng's body started to boil, and his entire body started to heat up. Furthermore, Zhao Feng felt that the explosive power of Tai Lingyun's bloodline wasn't too different from his perfect blood devil sun bloodline. This was enough to prove that although Tai Lingyun's bloodline wasn't perfect, it was stronger than normal bloodlines of the Tai family, and Tai Lingyun's control over it was perfect. Humph! Sacred lightning dominating fist. Zhao Feng spun in the air and once again unleashed the explosive power of a dive. He then completely activated his sacred lightning body, and his fists flashed with scarlet and golden lightning as he punched out. One after another, metallic lightning fists pressed down on Tai Lingyun like a giant mountain of lightning. Blood devil charge. Tai Lingyun's eyes were cold, and a glass-like, blood-colored light started to burn around his body. It was as if he was bathing in flames, and his body became bright red. Boom! The blood-colored flames around Tai Lingyun's body exploded, and he instantly flew forward. His speed and power were 3 times faster than before, and he was like a ball of burning lava. Even Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He instantly understood that this was the secret technique of the Tai family's blood devil sun bloodline. Ding! Bam! The spear in Tai Lingyun's hand was like a flaming dragon as it clashed against Zhao Feng's scarlet wings of lightning. After using the blood devil charge, Tai Lingyun's offense became even stronger, and the burning effect of his blood devil sun bloodline became much stronger. Zhao Feng's body started to boil, and his blood devil sun bloodline seemed like it was about to explode. Boom! Boom! A sandstorm that contained countless flames and lightning engulfed the two figures. The sound of explosions resounded across heaven and earth like thunder. This child has actually cultivated in such a profound body-refining cultivation method. Under the situation where Tai Lingyun executed the blood demon charge, he is still able to persevere. Tai Yunhua's eyes twinkled in the distance. So strong, as expected of master. Zhao Feng. Jing Kai's blood boiled. At this moment, Zhao Feng was fighting on par with the genius of the Tai family. This is Zhao Feng. Shi Yulei's mouth dropped open. There was no need for a beast tamer to have such strong battle power, right? I didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so strong. Su Qingling's cold expression changed for the first time. Boom, boom, boom. After using the Blood Devil charge, Tai Lingyun's explosive power was unstoppable. Zhao Feng was forced back by the barrage of attacks, and he was at a disadvantage. His sacred lightning body had become bright red from the burning, and he had lost a lot of blood essence. The sacred lightning dominating fists, lightning suppression, and numbing effects weren't very effective against the Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Whoosh! Zhao Feng blocked one of Tai Lingyun's explosive attacks with his fists, and he felt a burning pain in his arms. He then used the scarlet wings of lightning to retreat. A wicked smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. If you want to see, then I'll let you see. A bright red, glass-like flame surrounded Zhao Feng's body like a blood-colored mist. In an instant, Zhao Feng's entire body seemed to be bathed in fire, and his body was bright red. With the addition of his sacred lightning body, he was like a flaming, demonic sovereign. A terrifying burning aura formed a ball of flames that spread in every direction, and the temperature of the desert started to rise. Chapter 9:57. A scorching and terrifying aura spread out, like a shock wave. The dark yellow desert was instantly covered in a layer of bright red flames, and the air twisted as if it was a burning hell. From afar, the two of them were like the sun in this place, and they released a burst of blood-colored light. Tai Lingyun's bloodline trembled slightly, and the glass-like flames on his body seemed to be suppressed by Zhao Feng's blood-colored flames. However, this pressure made him even more excited. Behind Tai Lingyun, Tai Yinhua's bloodline also trembled slightly, and it started to throb as if it was about to burn. So, this is the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Tai Yinhua's fiery eyes stared at Zhao Feng's perfect, blood-colored, glass-like body. The blood-colored flames seemed to be burning their life force to fight, and it made others feel respect and fear. This was the perfect bloodline of the Tai family, and it was his first time seeing it. If such a powerful bloodline returned to the Tai family, this is the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. The two people next to Tai Yinhua obviously knew about this, but they were still stunned after seeing the power of the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Their bodies and bloodlines all felt a burning sensation, and they immediately circulated their true essence to resist some of the remaining energy. The perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline was a terrifying battle-type bloodline that could be ranked in the top 10 Imperial Dao bloodlines. Olding and company quickly retreated behind Zhao Feng. Those with weaker bodies and weaker cultivations, such as Zhou Su'er and Su Qingling, felt as if their bodies were on fire and a suffocating pressure swept over them. How is this possible? Zhao Feng's bloodline is even stronger than Tai Lingyun's. Shi Yulei had a shocked expression, and his heart started to tremble. Tai Lingyun was publicly recognized as having the strongest bloodline among the younger generation of the Tai family, and his talent was unparalleled in the family. Even Shi Yulei, who specialized in defense, couldn't handle Tai Lingyun's explosive power. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's Blood Devil Sun bloodline was faintly suppressing Tai Lingyun's bloodline. There was only one possibility. That's right, the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Olding was stunned. This was his first time seeing the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. It was a terrifying Imperial Dao bloodline that was almost extinct. How is this possible? Su Qingling's face was filled with shock. She remembered what Zhao Feng had said during the fights for the spots. It was actually true. Zhao Feng had the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline, which was why an elder of the Tai family personally came to recruit him. But now, the Zhao Feng that they had underestimated was on par with the fourth prince's subordinate, the peerless genius of the Tai clan. As expected of Zhao Feng, The ninth prince's face was filled with excitement. Zhao Feng's current strength far surpassed anyone in the team. He was even comparable to the main combat members of the top 5 princes. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was also the beast tamer, the pillar of the team. All of this was beyond the ninth prince's expectations. Boom! Tai Lingyun's bloodline was slightly suppressed, but the glazed flame on his body abruptly burst out. In an instant, he erupted with an aura that was equal to Zhao Feng's. Haha, let me taste the so-called perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Tai Lingyun's battle intent seemed to be burning, blazing, and berserk. Blood devil charge. Tai Lingyun once again used this move. He was like a ball of blood-red lava that radiated a terrifying pressure that could scare gods and ghosts. Humph. The perfect blood devil sun bloodline suppressed bloodlines that hadn't reached the level of atavism. Zhao Feng felt that the huge difference in cultivation between him and Tai Lingyun had been made up for. Zhao Feng's scarlet wings of lightning were like the wings of an undying golden crow in the blood-red glazed flame, and they were accompanied by wisps of lightning. Boom! With the explosive power of his bloodline, the lightning wings flying technique displayed the laws of flight that surpassed his body. He was like a ball of exploding scarlet flame that released blood-red sparks as he flashed through the air. Boom! 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 The two of them were like meteors that clashed together, and a wave of scorching flames swept across heaven and earth like a tsunami. The two figures quickly retreated, and a forbidden scorching power exploded in the center. The effect of the ignition has been countered. Zhao Feng sensed at the instant they clashed. Their bloodlines came from the same body, so the ignition effect of Zhao Feng's bloodline wasn't effective on Tai Lingyun. It was just like when he faced demonic Emperor Xian Luo's scorching demon spirit body. When the flames from Zhao Feng's attack were about to ignite Tai Lingyun's body, they were instantly engulfed by the glazed flame on Tai Lingyun's body. The ignition effect of the two bloodlines couldn't be used. Furthermore, the bloodline recovery effect of Zhao Feng's perfect blood devil sun bloodline was greatly reduced. However, the essence and blood it absorbed was very suitable for Zhao Feng. It could be used directly on the bloodline to replenish yuan qi and heal injuries. Boom! Pum! Zhao Feng's fist of lightning clashed with Tai Lingyun's spear once more. Two extremely fierce and domineering attacks. Every time they collided, thunder and fire roared throughout the world. They're on par. The expressions of the two quasi-sacred lords on Tai Genhua's side were dazed. Zhao Feng, who was only a king, was able to unleash battle power equivalent to Tai Lingyun. Even the perfect blood devil sun bloodline wouldn't be able to do this. Zhao Feng isn't simple either. His true yuan is extremely pure and powerful. It's extremely compatible with the blood devil sun bloodline. Tai Yunhua stared at Zhao Feng without blinking. The quality of Zhao Feng's true yuan surpassed normal peak emperors, and its power was extraordinary. Boom! Bam! The defense and physical strength of Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, as well as the bloodline recovery effect of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, completely made up for the difference in cultivation and true yuan between him and Tai Lingyun. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's blood devil sun bloodline was being used up even more, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Tai Lingyun's eyes flashed with a red light as battle intent filled the air. As someone from the Tai family, he obviously knew the characteristics of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline like the back of his hand. Therefore, Tai Lingyun burned his true yuan to increase the power of his bloodline in order to resist the unique effects of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. I'll let you have a taste of the body strengthening technique that's compatible with the blood devil sun bloodline. After I defeat you, I'll help you persuade Elder Hong Nan. No matter how good a bloodline is, it's useless if someone doesn't know how to use their bloodline. Tai Lingyun's aura rose, and his glass-like body suddenly released a red, jade-like light. It was as if he was being reborn, and a surge of physical power appeared. Who? Zhao Feng stood in the air, and his sacred lightning body was instantly hit by a surge of heat. Who? The clash of physical power between the two caused explosions to sound in heaven and earth. Bam! Zhao Feng took a few steps back in shock. The unique physical power that Tai Lingyun was currently using combined with the Blood Devil Sun bloodline was extremely strong. The two of them boosted each other and managed to suppress his sacred lightning body and the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. As expected, the foundation of the 8 big families couldn't be underestimated. They had studied their own bloodlines very thoroughly. I didn't expect him to use the Scarlet Jade Glass body so quickly. However, this means that I need to end this battle as soon as possible. Tai Yunhua was stunned. He needed to end the battle quickly against the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's body-strengthening technique had surpassed Tai Yunhua's expectations. Otherwise, Tai Lingyun wouldn't have used the Scarlet Jade Glass body. The Scarlet Jade Glass body was a supreme body-strengthening technique that the ancestors of the Tai family had created. When used together with the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, it could instantly unleash destructive power. At the same time, such a heaven-defying technique had a big side effect. If used for too long, it could even harm the source of one's bloodline. Not good. It's the Scarlet Jade Glass body, the supreme body-strengthening technique of the Tai family. Old Ying's heart jumped. When used together with the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, the user's true Yuan, bloodline, and body could unleash power that was several times stronger than normal. Although Zhao Feng had the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline, he wasn't good at using it, and he didn't have any secret techniques to complement it. However, what Old Ying was confused about was why Zhao Feng hadn't used Soul Eye bloodline techniques yet. That was his forte. Sacred lightning protection. Zhao Feng merged the fire of wind lightning and the physical force of the sacred lightning together, and an ancient barrier of lightning started to condense around his body. At the same time, a surge of bloodline power entered it. The ancient barrier of lightning instantly turned crystal red, and a blood-colored flame started to rise. Lightning wings, spatial flash. Whoosh! Zhao Feng appeared in the clouds, and his scarlet lightning wings released a surge of golden light as he charged down with limitless power. Before the fist aura even arrived, a burst of scarlet flames exploded. The boundless aura and physical pressure caused the spectators in the distance to feel an intense pressure in their bodies and minds. Come! Tai Lingyun's body glittered with a scarlet red, glass-like light as flames rose. Battle intent surged in his eyes as he looked up at Zhao Feng. He wasn't scared of the explosive power that came with Zhao Feng's dive. Who? Tai Lingyun suddenly soared into the sky like a scarlet jade dragon. He soared into the sky, and everywhere he passed, even the void was burning. Boom! A ball of blood-red flames, like the glorious sun, burst out, forming a flaming storm that engulfed the two figures. Who? A scarlet flaming bolt of lightning flew out. What a powerful burst of power! Zhao Feng was pushed back 100 yards. The sacred lightning protection around him had already been shattered, and a searing pain spread through his body. The lines of lightning on the surface of his sacred lightning body showed signs of collapsing. Tai Lingyun's scarlet jade glass body completely surpassed his sacred lightning body after being activated by the Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Luckily, Zhao Feng's Blood Devil Sun bloodline allowed him to recover from his injuries in time. Tai Lingyun was also pushed back to the ground, and a searing pain spread through his body. When Zhao Feng's sacred lightning protection was shattered, the backlash was so strong that even Tai Lingyun's scarlet jade glass body couldn't handle it. This Zhao Feng used a flying technique and defensive secret technique to block Tai Lingyun's explosive attack. Tai Yunhua looked at Zhao Feng and nodded his head. This brat's battle talent wasn't any weaker than some of the disciples of the Tai family. However, In the next instant, Tai Yunhua was completely stunned. That's the Blood Devil Charge, a secret technique of the Tai family. How does he know it? At the same time, Tai Lingyun was also shocked. This was the Blood Devil Charge that he had used before. The glass-like flames around Zhao Feng's body surged and gave off the sound of explosions. The image of a scarlet, blood-colored sun slowly appeared behind him, and a whirlpool started to spin. Chapter 958. Blood Demon Charge combined with the secret technique of the Blood Devil Sun bloodline. He was able to unleash an unparalleled explosive force from the very beginning to obtain an overwhelming offensive. The instantaneous explosive power was equivalent to using the scarlet jade glass body. However, the flaw was that it only lasted for a short period of time. If it didn't have any obvious effects, it wouldn't be very useful, and it would instead use up the power of the bloodline. Tai Lingyun used the Blood Demon Charge twice. All of this was captured by Zhao Feng. Through the analysis of his left eye, Zhang Xian was able to analyze the secret art and replicate it. Ha, good. You're the second person in the younger generation, apart from Xian Yuanwen, that can make me fight with all my strength. After the shock, Tai Lingyun became even more excited. Such a terrifying and powerful opponent had a bloodline that was even more perfect than his. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle. Whoosh! Under the effect of the Blood Demon Charge, Zhao Feng shot into the sky, and his scarlet wings left a trail of light behind him. The blood-red sun behind him instantly released a layer of golden and blood-red light, and it rose into the sky like an ancient golden crow. Boom! Zhao Feng left behind a bright blood-red sun in the sky as his figure shot down, leaving behind a string of explosions. This attack pushed Zhao Feng's speed, offense, and explosive power to the extreme. Zhao Feng could feel that the Blood Demon Charge's explosive power seemed to increase by another level under the control of his perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. This time, even Tai Lingyun had to be careful when facing Zhao Feng's terrifying power. Whoosh! A flaming winged dragon dozens of yards long appeared under Tai Lingyun's feet. The flaming winged dragon was covered in crystal red scales, and its wings were huge. As it flapped its wings, countless waves of fire swept across the sky. Furthermore, Tai Lingyun's aura seemed to increase as he stood on the flaming winged dragon, as if he could use the power of the dragon fire within its body. Boom! Tai Lingyun rode on the flaming winged dragon and shot into the sky. Boom! The two balls of blood-red light clashed again. Boom! Several crimson rays of light shot out in all directions. Then, a storm of lightning and fire swept out, causing the vast void to tremble. Since you want to fight in the air, I'll accompany you. After this exchange, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body dimmed once more, and Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique to rise into the sky. He found that not only did the explosive power of his bloodline increase, but the characteristics of his perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline also increased. At that moment, he absorbed 3 times the amount of blood essence and vital energy from Tai Lingyun's body, reducing the consumption of the Blood Devil impact once again. At the same time, the effect of the ignition was also more obvious. However, this amplification only existed when the blood demon's attack collided. Thunder wings, spatial flash. The instant the effect of the Blood Demon Charge disappeared, Zhao Feng activated his secret flying technique and shot down. Ding ding pong. The two went from fighting at low altitudes to high altitudes. It was like a battle between a golden crow and a fire dragon. Dazzling blood splendor covered the entire sky. Boom! Hoo! Zhao Feng used the Blood Demon Charge again and clashed with Tai Lingyun. Although Tai Lingyun was standing on the flaming winged dragon and could borrow the power of the flaming winged dragon's draconic fire, the powerful body of the flaming winged dragon also weakened the impact of the clash. However, he lost his speed advantage and could only defend. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's scarlet wings of lightning was extremely agile when used with the lightning wings flying technique and the lightning wings spatial flash, adding on the explosive power of the blood devil sun bloodline. His speed was pushed to the extreme. Speed could increase explosiveness, and explosiveness could increase speed. Each of Zhao Feng's attacks would come from a high altitude, and he would switch between the lightning wings spatial flash and the blood demon charge. After one exchange, he would immediately retreat and prepare for the next attack to control the situation. So strong! Zhao Feng has turned the tables, and is now the one with the initiative. Sure, Yulei was stunned, and he couldn't help but admire Zhao Feng. If he faced Tai Lingyun, he would only be able to take a beating, but from the looks of it, Tai Lingyun was the one counterattacking. Sure, Yulei could only think of Xan Wuheng in the younger generation who could do this. Zhao Feng is training his bloodline power. Old Ing nodded his head faintly. He finally understood why Zhao Feng didn't use his eye bloodline techniques. He could feel that Zhao Feng's control over the blood devil sun bloodline had become better, and he was able to reduce the amount of energy he expended to the minimum. Since Zhao Feng could learn the Tai family's bloodline secret technique, it wouldn't be hard for him to learn how to control Tai Lingyun's bloodline. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's control over the situation was very strong. This isn't good for us if this continues. Tai Yinhua's eyes could see through everything. Zhao Feng's lightning wings secret technique and other secret techniques made him extremely agile, and he had the advantage in terms of speed. Tai Lingyun borrowed the power of the flaming dragon, but he wasn't able to gain the upper hand, so he was forced into a passive state. Although he wasn't losing, Tai Lingyun's scarlet jade glass body was reaching its limit. On the other side, although Zhao Feng could absorb blood to recover his yuan qi, it wasn't enough to replenish the yuan qi he had expended. If this continued, the key to victory would be whether Zhao Feng's yuan qi or Tai Lingyun's scarlet jade glass body could last longer. Everyone below was watching this fiery battle of bloodlines. Unknowingly, a fighting spirit was awakened in their bodies. Bam! Tai Lingyun clashed with Zhao Feng once again, and he felt a strong shockwave explode out. However, no one knew how frustrated he was. Zhao Feng's attacks were extremely unique and weird. Every time they clashed, he felt as if his attacks weren't able to deal a complete blow. It was as if Zhao Feng's attacks were aimed at his weakest point. What a strong true yuan! This was Tai Lingyun's second feeling. From the start until now, Zhao Feng had maintained his flying state and his sacred lightning body. Even if the perfect blood devil sun bloodline could absorb blood essence and yuan qi from him to replenish his true yuan, it should have been used up a long time ago. However, he didn't know that Zhao Feng's foundation was extremely firm ever since he recultivated. He even suppressed his cultivation and consolidated the quality of his true yuan. Adding on the uniqueness of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, the quality and quantity of Zhao Feng's true yuan were much better than some emperors. Ding! Ding! Bam! The flames around Tai Lingyun's body rose once more, and the flaming dragon below him seemed to be tired. His scarlet jade glass body had almost reached its limit. If this continued, it would damage his bloodline. Tai Lingyun's eyes calmed down, and he prepared to find an opportunity to unleash a devastating attack. Bam! Under the continuous barrage of attacks, at a certain moment, the boundless world of yellow sand shook violently. Crack! A certain place in the sky above the little world suddenly shattered. The power of the little world started to become chaotic, and an invisible storm was about to start. Not good, this little world is being affected by their battle and is about to shatter. A sacred lord on Tai Yinhua's side exclaimed. The clashes between Zhao Feng and Tai Lingyun are too concentrated, and most of them are concentrated in a certain area. They've damaged the structure of the little world. Logically speaking, this little world should be relatively stable and complete. Old Ing instantly analyzed the reason for this situation. They still want to keep fighting. Shi Yulei was slightly surprised. The little world was about to shatter. If this continued, both of their lives would be in danger. Boom! Hoo! A surge of fire Dao aura suddenly charged toward where Zhao Feng and Tai Lingyun were fighting. A vast and turbulent glazed flame completely enveloped the two of them. After all, the Blood Devil Sun bloodline wasn't suitable for prolonged battles. Both of them were at the end of their rope, and their resistance against a sacred, Lord-level Blood Devil Sun bloodline was very weak. Who? Tai Lingyun's scarlet jade glass body was suppressed. Let's end this here. I'll give you my dragon jade. Tai Yinhua threw away his dragon jade, gave a deep look at Zhao Feng, and then led Tai Lingyun and the other two members toward the crack to the little world in the sky. Elder Yinhua, can you see how much true yuan Zhao Feng has left? Tai Lingyun was slightly unwilling to give up. This battle was even more difficult than he had imagined. Zhao Feng's strength in every aspect far surpassed his imagination. He could also tell that the key to victory was his scarlet jade glass body and Zhao Feng's true yuan. I can't tell, but you've used all your strength while he's still holding back. Tai Yinhua shook his head. He could feel that Zhao Feng was wary of him when he was heading toward the battlefield, but he was still extremely calm. It was as if Zhao Feng was confident that he would be able to block him if he attacked. Tai Lingyun was unhappy when he heard what Elder Yinhua said. He wanted to retort, but he was interrupted. He also has eye bloodline techniques. Elder Yinhua's voice faintly entered Tai Lingyun's mind. Following that, Tai Lingyun's gaze grew calm. He was having so much fun that he forgot that Zhao Feng had an eye bloodline that wasn't any weaker than the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline. However, your bloodline has awakened again after this battle. Tai Yinhua led the team and disappeared from the small world. Go! Zhao Feng shouted in a low voice. He took a piece of warm and lustrous dragon jade and rushed out from another crack. At the same time, Old Ing and company also left through the entrance. When they reappeared in the shrouding sky forest, the Iron Meteoric Fire Squad was nowhere to be seen. Ninth Prince, Zhao Feng directly handed over the jade pendant. Brother Zhao, the Ninth Prince's hands trembled. Although he had received dragon jades from many members since he entered this place until now, he still had many dragon jades. However, this was the first time he felt that the dragon jade was so heavy. Let's take a rest here first. Old Ing looked at Zhao Feng's current state and suggested. After all, Zhao Feng would be the main focus in the upcoming event. He would be searching for beasts and increasing the strength of the beast horde. If Zhao Feng was heavily injured and wasn't at his peak condition, how could they do this? At this moment, Zhao Feng had become a core member of the team. Just below him, they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. That's a good idea. Let's gather together and discuss what we should do next. Shi Yulei agreed with this. Zhao Feng's strength gave him a sense of safety. He even felt that the Ninth Prince had the right to fight against the top 5 princes. The Ninth Prince's group was resting in the forest. Zhao Feng obviously understood what everyone was thinking, so he sat down without hesitation and ate some 100 origin fruit juice to recover from his injuries and recover a lot of energy. The Blood Devil Sun bloodline was an explosive bloodline, and it was easy to leave behind hidden injuries, especially if it was overused. Zhao Feng had gained a lot from the fight with Tai Lingyun. Not only did he learn how to control the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, but he also copied the Blood Demon Charge, a peerless secret technique that supported the Blood Devil Sun bloodline. At the same time, Zhao Feng felt that Tai Lingyun's bloodline had awakened due to his stimulation, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Chapter 959. The Crown Prince trial is about to enter the second stage. Old Ing's tone was solemn. Old Ing, do you have any plans? Shi Yulei's eyes became dim. The Crown Prince trial was a way to train the Crown Prince. It was also a game in the hands of the Imperials and the Grand Imperial Hall. This game started from the Crown Prince trial and it had developed to this day and was gradually perfected. The game could be split into 4 parts. The Fate Gathering competition, taking over cities, the battle between the princes, and the battle for the Grand Seal. Of course, if there weren't enough participants, the game wouldn't be able to continue, which was why the princes were asked to recruit people. To be precise, the recruitment before the game started could also be considered as a part of it. When everyone first entered the divine illusion dimension, they were attacking inheritances and stealing providence. This was the Fate Gathering competition. Before, we could only take advantage of the chaos and wait for an opportunity in the procedure of attacking the city. But right now, I've got a new strategy. Joy flashed through Old Ying's eyes as he looked at Zhao Feng. It was Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills and mastery of the soul that gave Old Ying some confidence. The 9th Prince, Zhou Su, and company all knew a little about Old Ying's plan. Shi Yulei and Su Qingling followed Old Ying's gaze and looked at Zhao Feng. Could Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills surpass some Grandmaster beast-tamers? It wasn't hard for Shi Yulei to think about it, and he was stunned. He originally thought that Zhao Feng was relying on his relationship with Duke Nanfeng to use the Cloud Silkworm, Saint Butterfly, to take over the position of Grandmaster Beast-Tamer. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to have beast-taming skills that weren't any weaker than Grandmaster Beast-Tamers. That's right. Zhou Su nodded her head. Zhao Feng's beast-taming skills were the best. Therefore, all we need to do now is to help Zhao Feng obtain more beasts and beast hordes. That way, we'll be able to gain an advantage in taking over cities. Old Ying said, taking over cities was the time to show off the strength of a team. Beast tamers and doctors were extremely useful. When the two worked together, they could unleash extreme battle power. Su Qingling looked at Zhao Feng in a daze. In the beginning, the youth who was ignored and hated by everyone had become the main character of this game after dozens of days. As she conversed with the crowd, she learned that Zhao Feng's mastery of the soul was extraordinary. Next, we're going to look for power-type demonic beasts. The 9th Prince was overjoyed. Recruiting Zhao Feng seemed to be the most successful decision he had made in this trial. Apart from Zhao Feng, the other 7 were discussing and expressing their opinions. While Zhao Feng was recovering from his injuries and cultivating, he was still able to hear everyone's conversation clearly. Game? Attack the city and plunder the land? This place is definitely not ordinary. If there was a side attacking a city, then there would be a side defending the city. There must be something special about this so-called city that could attract so many people to fight over it. Even those princes who had no intention of competing for the position of crown prince would join in. Rely on my beast-taming skills? That's perfect. Zhao Feng was excited. His 10,000 divine thoughts technique had reached the level of creating 8,000 thoughts with one thought. However, it was far from enough for him to control every single one of them as he pleased with just 8,000 of them. Furthermore, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique wasn't complete, and it could only allow Zhao Feng to create 9,000 thoughts with one thought. The Duanmu family might not even have the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Even if the Duanmu family had the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to obtain it with the current situation. Therefore, Zhao Feng could only rely on himself to cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Controlling a large number of demonic beasts was the best time to train Zhao Feng in the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Zhao Feng believed that it wouldn't be hard for him to create the complete 10,000 divine thoughts technique once he cultivated it to a certain level. Half a day later, Zhao Feng opened his eyes. The serious injuries on his body were fine, and he could slowly recover with the help of the water, wood of wind lightning, and sacred lightning body. We can move now. Zhao Feng let out a breath. The other 7 people who were discussing and planning their next move paused and looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, you recovered so quickly. Zhou Su ran over. In the beginning, she had come to heal Zhao Feng, but Zhao Feng had rejected her. Everyone thought that they would have to sit here for a few days. However, only half a day had passed, and Zhao Feng had finished his treatment. Indeed, it's about time. Zhou Su inspected Zhao Feng and found that there were no serious injuries on Zhao Feng's body. Zhou Su even thought that Zhao Feng couldn't be a grandmaster of the Tao of medicine, right? If that was really the case, she felt that the ninth prince and Zhao Feng could form a team in the Crown Prince trial. The cultivation technique that I cultivate is special, and it has the ability to heal. Zhao Feng explained. Okay, let's move out quickly. Old Ing immediately stood up. The earlier they acted, the more prepared they would be. They had already discussed the plan, just now. Their target was the Overlord of the forest, the sky-shaking golden ape. The sky-shaking golden apes didn't just have terrifying strength. Their defense was also top tier. They also had a certain amount of agility, and they were much more practical than Yao spirits, like the mountain giant. Shi Yulei and Su Qingling looked at Zhao Feng. Even the Grandmaster Beast Tamers of the Lord Dynasty couldn't complete the sky-shaking golden apes. The sky-shaking golden apes weren't beasts that lived in groups, but they had the ability to fight in groups. They had a violent personality, and their souls were tough and unyielding. Normal beast tamers wouldn't even be able to get close to the sky-shaking golden apes if they didn't have a strong combatant suppressing them. Even now, they didn't believe that Zhao Feng had the ability to do so. However, Olding was the one who set this target. They believed that Olding wouldn't be wrong about Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities. The sky-shaking golden apes are gathered in the depths of this forest. The group of 8 then headed into the depths of the forest. On the way, there were many ferocious beasts hiding in the darkness. Even though the beasts in the imperial tombs were ferocious, they wouldn't recklessly attack the 8 of them. Adding on Old Ying's perception technique, they tried their best to avoid some beast hordes. The light in the center of the forest was dim, and each tree was so big that dozens of people could wrap their arms around it. Boom! Boom! Hua hui go! These emperor-level sky-shaking golden apes are way too strong. An elder in gray robes said urgently. After saying that, a quasi-sacred lord expert charged forward with limitless golden physical force. In front of him was a giant ape with shiny golden fur and golden red eyes. It radiated a ferocious aura that shook the area. Even quasi-sacred lord body-strengthening experts like Hui didn't dare to fight it head-on. He mainly relied on his physical defense to attract its attention so that the other members of the group could attack it. Boom! The 2 emperors unleashed powerful attacks of ice and fire that landed on the back of the sky-shaking golden ape. Whoosh! On the other side, a grim-looking old female standing on a tree released several dark arrows from her soul that shot toward the sky-shaking golden ape's head. Several emperors in the back used long-range attacks to disrupt the sky-shaking golden ape. Roar! The sky-shaking golden ape roared in anger as its golden fur stood on end, and its aura instantly increased. It swung its fists that were as big as small mountains and caused the air to explode. Boom! A thick tree was directly smashed apart and sent flying. If Brother Zhu obtains such a powerful beast, it will be a great help to us. The eyes of a golden-robed male on a tree in the distance sparkled. Hee, Your Highness! After I tame this sky-shaking golden ape, I can use it to tame other sky-shaking golden apes and expand the beast horde. Next to the 11th prince, Zhu Long was also extremely excited. Such a powerful beast could only be tamed by relying on a large number of battle-type members. This was the first time he had seen an emperor-level beast with such power. If he could tame it, he would be able to show off to the other Grandmaster Beast Tamers when he returned to the continent zone. Then, Brother Zhu, hurry up and do it. The 11th prince was slightly impatient. Your Highness, we can't rush this. Tell them to work harder. Zhu Long's gaze froze. To tame such a powerful demonic beast, if one didn't exhaust it, It was practically impossible to tame it. It wouldn't be good if he lost his life if he went ahead. There's someone there. Who is it? Zhu Long suddenly sensed something and looked towards the darkness behind him. Whoosh! Several figures appeared in front of the 11th prince. Brother 9th prince. The 11th prince let out a breath. The strength of the princes ranked at the bottom wasn't much different. Furthermore, the 9th prince's team didn't have as many people. It was only because of his talent and character that the intelligence organization ranked him 7th. However, the 3 martial monarchs on the 11th prince's side who were in the middle of a battle instantly cried out, "It's him! It's Zhao Feng!" The other people on the 11th prince's team instinctively looked at Zhao Feng. Among them, Zhu Long's eyes were filled with interest. At the same time, the 9th prince's team also looked at Zhao Feng. They didn't know what he had done with Zhao Su. Zhao Feng, these are the 3 people you robbed back then. Zhao Su reminded when she saw that Zhao Feng didn't remember them at all. When he teamed up with Zhao Feng, they robbed 2 groups. The first was the 6th prince's group, and the second was the 11th prince's group. May I ask why Brother 9th Prince is here? The 11th prince's expression didn't change. The 3 of them had said this many times already. From their point of view, there was only one possibility. Zhao Feng had a treasure that could adapt to space. Otherwise, unless he was a sacred lord, he wouldn't be as terrifying as the 3 said. We're also here to tame the sky-shaking golden apes. I didn't expect Brother 11th to be here as well. The 9th prince spoke the truth. However, the expressions of the members of the 11th prince's team changed. From their point of view, the 9th prince's words were filled with provocation. It was obvious that he wanted to fight them. Zhu Long, the beast tamer next to the 11th prince, immediately sent a message to the 11th prince. A smile appeared on the 11th prince's face. Since Brother 9th Prince is also here to tame the sky-shaking golden ape, we can team up and subdue this sky-shaking golden ape before deciding who it belongs to. Chapter 960. A smile formed on the 11th prince's face. Since Brother 9th Prince is also here to tame the sky-shaking golden ape, we can team up and subdue this sky-shaking golden ape before deciding who it belongs to. Will there be a problem, Zhu Long? The 11th prince messaged his subordinates after seeing that the 9th prince didn't agree immediately. Don't worry, Your Highness. They won't reject us. The sky-shaking golden ape is a beast that stands at the peak of emperors. It has strong battle power and strong willpower. It will take a long time for a single team to subdue it. Zhu Long's eyes looked at Zhao Feng. According to what he knew, Zhao Feng hadn't passed the Grandmaster Beast Tamer exam. He only relied on the borrowed cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly to become a beast tamer on the 9th prince's team. Therefore, after taking care of the sky-shaking golden ape, he would suggest using his beast taming skills to take control of the sky-shaking golden ape. He wouldn't make the same mistake as Grandmaster Beast Tamer Liangsang and challenge Zhao Feng to a spiritual pet duel. 11th brother, we're taking this sky-shaking golden ape. The 9th prince's voice suddenly sounded. What? Zhu Long paused. He didn't expect the 9th prince's team to reject him. No matter how he looked at it, the 9th prince's team was weak. Their true battle power was only Old Ing and Shirule. Why would they reject him? Furthermore, their words were so arrogant. 9th brother, we're all princes that aren't fated to become the crown prince, so there's no need to fight with each other. Why don't we team up against the 7th prince or the 8th prince? We might even be able to obtain some benefits in the Heaven's Legacy City. The 11th prince's expression was green. The 9th prince was acting strangely today and acting so domineering. 11th prince, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to leave, and the other is to leave behind your draconic providence. Olding stood up and said decisively. Hearing this, the members of the 9th prince's team felt very happy. 9th brother royal, you're too confident. Although his overall strength was ranked 9th, The strength of his team wasn't any weaker than the 9th Prince's. At the same time, the members of the 11th Prince's team felt that something was wrong and led the sky-shaking golden ape toward the 9th Prince. So much nonsense! Shirley let out an angry roar and rushed out first. His body flashed with a dark yellow light, and his body suddenly grew taller. His entire body petrified, and parts of his body turned into metal. An invisible physical pressure rose into the sky. Old Ing, Zhao Feng, and the other members of the team followed closely behind. The members of the 9th Prince's team took action. If he was afraid of the 11th Prince, then what would he do when facing the 8th Prince, the 7th Prince, or even the 4th Prince? The 11th Prince was startled and didn't know what to do. The 9th Prince's team was acting very strangely. They actually attacked first. 11th Prince, don't be in such a rush. Let them experience the beast horde in the imperial tombs. Zhu Long was furious and slapped his spirit pet pouch. Suddenly, the aura of a berserk beast horde appeared in the lush forest. Almost 100 purple-striped black panthers surrounded Zhu Long and the 11th Prince. Oh, there's actually a beast horde. Zhao Feng glanced at the purple-striped Black Panther King. It wasn't hard to see that Zhu Long controlled the entire beast horde by taming the purple-striped Black Panther King. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as a purple and gold light flashed from his faint golden left eye, and a powerful eye bloodline power surged. In the next instant, something unexpected happened. A scarlet-red light flashed through the purple-striped Black Panther King's eyes, and its expression twisted in pain as it started to go crazy. What's going on? The purple-striped Black Panther King. Zhu Long's expression suddenly changed. The purple-striped Black Panther King's personality changed, and his connection with the purple-striped Black Panther King started to disappear. Roar! The purple-striped Black Panther King broke free from Zhu Long's control and turned into a dark purple blur. It gave off a sharp and fierce aura as it attacked Zhu Long, who was the closest to it. At the same time, the entire purple-striped Black Panther King also lost control. It was obvious that their connection with the purple-striped Black Panther King had disappeared. However, as the purple-striped Black Panther King attacked Zhu Long and company, all the other purple-striped Black Panther Kings started to attack as well. Master Zhu, what's going on? The 11th Prince roared in fear. The two of them were in the center of the purple-striped Black Panther horde, and the purple-striped Black Panther horde that had lost control charged toward them. Facing the counterattack of the entire beast horde, the 11th Prince and Zhu Long were filled with fear. The other members of the 11th Prince's team instantly arrived next to the 11th Prince. Hui's golden fist contained boundless power that pushed the purple-striped Black Panther King back. The other members also released their powerful auras and blocked the incoming purple-striped Black Panther King. Your Highness, don't panic. I'll immediately control the purple-striped Black Panther King. Zhu Long's face went red, and he immediately used many methods to calm down and communicate with the purple-striped Black Panther King. Master Zhu Long, watch out! The Elder in Gray roared as he thrust out a palm that blocked the attacks of Old Ing and company. Shirley, your opponent is me. Hui charged toward Shirley. While the 11th Prince's team was in chaos, Hu wung the scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back. Whoosh! Zhao Feng didn't bother with the 11th Prince and the purple-striped Black Panther horde. He turned into a bolt of scarlet lightning and charged toward the sky-shaking golden apes. Golden lightning dominating body. A layer of golden blue lightning instantly covered Zhao Feng's body, and he was like a mountain of lightning as he smashed toward the sky-shaking golden apes. Wind lightning eye flame. A shocking surge of eye bloodline flames appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Golden purple light spun around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire containing the destructive aura of God Tribulation, lightning, exploded in the sky-shaking golden ape's head. Roar! The sky-shaking golden ape, which was already covered in injuries, started to howl after receiving 2 attacks from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's wind lightning eye flame contained a terrifying amount of God Tribulation lightning, and it started to burn the sky, shaking golden ape's body and soul. Boom! Zhao Feng aimed at the sky, shaking golden ape's head and punched again. At the same time, the dark heart seal that Zhao Feng had already condensed in his left eye was imprinted into the depths of the sky, shaking golden ape's soul. The entire process was extremely fast, and it only took a few breaths. What's that brat doing? He's challenging the sky-shaking golden ape by himself. The 11th Prince's group sensed the situation between Zhao Feng and the sky-shaking golden ape while they were dealing with the purple-striped black leopards. His strength is so strong. How is this possible? Hua Hui's expression changed. He could feel the power of Zhao Feng's physical body from so far away. That brat's crazy. Zhu Long's heart jumped as he looked at Zhao Feng, who was fighting with the sky-shaking golden ape. In his heart, Zhao Feng was just a fake beast tamer. However, such battle power wasn't something that a measly king could do. However, from the sky-shaking golden ape's howls, he could tell how strong Zhao Feng's attacks were. Your Highness, don't panic. The purple-striped black leopard king's emotions are slowly calming down. When the purple-striped black leopard king's emotions became chaotic, Zhu Long used many beast-taming techniques to calm it down and slowly established a connection with it. The purple-striped black leopard king slowly calmed down. The pressure on the 11th Prince's group instantly decreased. You're courting death. Zhu Long regained control of the purple-striped black leopard king and puffed out his chest. He looked at Old Ing and company, who were fighting with the 11th Prince's group, and prepared to command the purple-striped black leopards. However, in the next instant, boom! A loud explosion sounded behind them, and a terrifying and fierce aura made the 11th Prince's group's backs go cold. Roar! Roar! The sky-shaking golden ape roared in anger and leapt toward the 11th Prince's group. Its large body was like a giant mountain as it crushed over. How is this possible? That brat actually tamed the sky-shaking golden ape? The 11th Prince's group was dazed. There was such a strong and violent beast tamer. How is this possible? That's a sky-shaking golden ape. Zhu Long's mind went blank as he stood there in a daze. In just a few breaths, while he was calming down the purple-striped black leopard king, Zhao Feng had successfully tamed the sky-shaking golden ape. Roar! The purple-striped black leopards that were controlled by Zhu Long howled and ran away when they saw the sky-shaking golden ape that was like a mountain. Boom! The sky-shaking golden ape landed in front of the 11th Prince's group, and wood of wind lightning surrounded its body. Zhao Feng stood proudly on the sky-shaking golden ape's head and looked down at everyone. Hand over all your draconic providence, or leave the imperial tombs. Zhao Feng's tone was cold. The hearts of the 11th Prince's group shook and no one resisted. The 3 emperors that Zhao Feng had robbed before trembled in fear. Zhao Feng, you! The 11th Prince was enraged, and a sparkling jade seal appeared in his hand. 11th Prince, wait. Zhu Long immediately stopped him. Your Highness, even if you use the draconic providence to increase your battle power, the 9th Prince can do the same. The 11th Prince gritted his teeth when he heard Zhu Long's words, but there was nothing he could do. Brother 9th Prince, you're very skilled. The 11th Prince threw out his pseudo-crown prince seal. The members of the 11th Prince's group also handed over their dragon jades. They didn't collect any draconic providence. At the center of the imperial tombs were 4 large metal cities that took up 4 sides. Within the metal cities, there were unique buildings made of metal, tall bell towers that pierced the sky, mysterious stargazing towers, and peaceful fountains. Large amounts of beasts gathered in front of the gates of each metal city. At this moment, in front of the gates of a metal city in the west, two groups of beasts fought intensely. Ice wolves, fierce tigers, giant bears, giant pythons. The battlefield was chaotic, and fierce auras shot into the sky. Damn it, the 8th prince is the weakest of the 4 metal cities, but he's still so hard to deal with. This is too unfair. They can trade beasts from the heavens' legacy cities. Several dozen people stood in front of the gates. 2 of them were beast tamers, and they gritted their teeth as they controlled large amounts of beasts to attack the metal cities. Not good. The people from the Yu family have come out. That's Yu Tianhao and Yu Linghua. 2 figures appeared on the metal city walls. Unparalleled battle intent. Yu Tianhao and Yu Linghua, the elder of the Yu family, suddenly emitted a terrifying battle intent. Behind the 2 of them, a faint cold shadow appeared. The invisible will energy caused the air to distort. Boom! The beasts on the metal cities' side instantly started to roar. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they released their beastly auras. This is a secret technique of the Yu family. It's also effective against beasts. Tell the beasts to retreat. Chapter 961. 5th brother, it looks like just the 2 of us aren't enough. A handsome young prince sighed. 12th brother, you're right. Let's retreat and wait for 2nd brother to arrive. The 5th prince's expression became ugly and his eyes became cold. If he teamed up with the 12th prince, they would be able to take down this heaven's legacy city. The 12th prince was ranked 10th out of the 10 princes. He was young and immature, and he didn't have anyone by his side to help him. Such a partner would only be used by the 5th prince to obtain the most benefits. Unfortunately, the 2 of them couldn't even get close to the 8th prince's city gates. The beasts in front of the other 3 heavens legacy cities were enough to make them fearful and lose their will to fight. However, the 8th prince had people from the Yu family, and the Yu family's battle-intent secret technique boosted the strength of the beasts in the imperial tombs. If it weren't for the 8th prince using his resources to trade for a large number of beasts in the heavens legacy city, the 12th prince was angry, but there was nothing he could do. The party attacking the city could join forces with everyone. The side defending the city also had their advantages. For example, the 8th prince could trade for a large number of rare beasts through the spiritual pet garden in the heavens legacy city. If the price was high enough, it wasn't impossible for him to trade for a legendary ancient beast. Furthermore, the 8th prince was able to trade for a high-ranked defensive array from the array tower. As long as an array master controlled it, it would be extremely effective. This was also why the other princes wanted to take over the heavens legacy city, even if they didn't want to fight for the position of crown prince. The 4 heavens legacy cities in the center of the imperial tombs belonged to the heavens legacy civilization. As long as one could pay the price, they could even transplant a legendary 10,000 ancient races bloodline. The 4 heavens legacy cities were taken over by the 4th, 7th, 8th, and 13th princes. The 8th prince was ranked 4th, and he was the weakest of the 4 princes. They have limited resources. They can't trade for beasts from the spiritual pet garden endlessly. The 5th prince snickered coldly. All the experts that entered the heavens legacy city would use most of their resources to obtain benefits, such as opportunities to break through or weapons. Many quasi-sacred lords participated in the crown prince trial in order to enter the heavens legacy city and exchange for pills that could help them break through to the mystic light realm. Yu Tianhao's pitch-black eyes ignored the 5th prince and the 12th prince as he looked into the distance. Zhao Feng is not here yet. I also want to see what this Zhao Feng is capable of. Yu Linghua knew a little about Yu Tianhao and Zhao Feng. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had forced Ji Bai, who was following Sacred Lord 100 Refined, to use the array within his dragon jade to leave. Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Hundred Refined was also behind the city wall, and his expression changed when he heard their conversation. He had just arrived at Tianji City and had yet to tell his team members about Zhao Feng's bloodline. In addition, he thought that the Yu family already knew about this matter. Sacred Lord Hundred Refined, you underestimated your opponent too much. You were tricked by a king. Yu Linghua joked. When Ji Bai returned to the 8th prince's side, he told everyone what had happened. You should all know that Zhao Feng has the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, right? Sacred Lord Hundred Refined's face went red. Of course I know that. Yu Linghua's eyes were cold. The Tai family and the Yu family guarded the non-humans in the northwest together, and there was constant friction between the two families. Something seemed to have happened between Zhao Feng and the Tai family before the fight for the spots. However, even if Zhao Feng had the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, it wasn't an excuse for Sacred Lord Hundred Refined to be defeated by Zhao Feng. That isn't a normal Blood Devil Sun bloodline. Sacred Lord Hundred Refined's tone became grim. Yu Linghua and Yu Tianhao instantly started to think. Surprise suddenly appeared on Yu Linghua's face, and Yu Tianhao released a surge of battle intent. Could it be the perfect Blood Devil Sun bloodline? Yu Linghua seemed to think of something and lost his composure. As expected of Zhao Feng, excitement appeared in Yu Tianhao's eyes, and the bloodline within his body started to tremble. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to accidentally obtain the perfect bloodline of the Tai family. The Tai family and the Yu family were enemies. Dr. Li, hurry and heal the beasts. Sacred Lord Hundred Refined didn't reply to Yu Linghua. He was more concerned about the situation now. The 5th prince and the 12th prince, working together, had exhausted a lot of their energy. Although the Yu family had a secret technique that could increase the battle power of the beasts would be even more tired after the battle and would need to rest. If the 9th prince's group, that Zhao Feng was in, came here, they might attack the Heaven's legacy city that the 8th prince had taken over. At that time, things would be bad. That is, the 2nd prince is here. Sacred Lord Hundred Refined looked into the distance with surprise. The 8th prince and the other members in the buildings around the city instantly received Sacred Lord Hundred Refined's message. On the other side of the city, the 5th prince and the 12th prince were overjoyed. Brother 2nd prince, you're finally here. The 5th prince immediately went forward. Brother 2nd prince, your members? The 12th prince looked at the 2nd prince's group. There were only 9 of them. The 2nd prince's expression became grim, but he didn't say anything. The goateed elder had an awkward expression. The 2 missing members were the ones that had followed him and died in the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. I understand what you mean. It's not impossible for the 3 of us to work together. The 2nd prince had a calm expression. Oh, brother 2nd prince, what other requests do you have? Let's hear them. The expressions of the 5th prince and the 12th prince became grim. The 2nd prince was ranked 5th overall, and his battle power couldn't be ignored. He was an important factor that could affect the outcome of the battle. Therefore, the 2nd prince had the right to make requests. As long as they didn't take away too much of their benefits, they could accept it. Once we team up, I hope that you can promise not to attack each other until the Crown Prince trial ends. The 2nd prince's request made the other 2 princes pause. The 12th prince was fine, and he immediately agreed with a smile. Of course, the 5th prince lowered his gaze. The 12th prince was ranked 10th out of the 10 princes. How could he betray them just before the battle? The 2nd prince's words were obviously directed at him. We'll team up and take turns to enter the Heaven's legacy city. The 2nd prince said how the Heaven's legacy city would be divided. The 5th prince could only agree in the end. At least this way, they would have a chance to enter the Heaven's legacy city. Good. We'll start attacking when your beast's injuries are almost healed. The 2nd prince looked at the beasts around him and the 2 busy doctors. Half a day later, the second prince, the fifth prince, and the 12th prince teamed up and attacked the Heaven's legacy city where the 8th prince was. The 3 beast tamers controlled nearly 1,000 ferocious demonic beasts and charged towards the steel city wall. Half of the beasts were the original beasts from the imperial tombs, and they were ferocious and violent. The battle became one-sided. The beasts on the 8th prince's side were at a disadvantage, and they soon retreated to the edge of the defensive array. "Go!" the second prince roared. Immediately, the main combat members of the 3 teams rushed out. At this moment, the 8th prince's team had all arrived on the city walls. There was a total of 11 of them. Only defend and not attack. The 8th prince's eyes were deep and calm, although the attacking side had as many as 30 people, and the number of demonic beasts far exceeded theirs. However, with 2 sacred lords and the defensive array on the city walls, the 8th prince still had the advantage. "Go, Yulinghua!" Sacred Lord 100 Refined stepped forward. "Let me see Sacred Lord 100 Refine's 100 battle techniques." Yulinghua floated out, a surging battle intent roaring from his body. At the same time, in the center of the forest, boom! The 2 sky-shattering golden apes clashed with one another in an intense battle. The other members of the 9th prince's team were all cultivating on the side. Everyone had gained a lot after entering the imperial tombs. For example, Sure Yulei needed time to master a complete inheritance, including inheritance saint artifacts and secret arts. Zhao Feng knew that it was time for the beast tamers to put on a show. Therefore, he searched through his memories for knowledge and techniques regarding beast tamers, and began to train the demonic beasts in his pocket dimension. Beast tamers were weak in their own right, but through controlling the demonic beasts, they were able to display extraordinary fighting prowess. It wouldn't be a problem to trap a few martial monarchs with a horde of monarch beasts. If you can only enslave the leader of the beast horde, you won't be able to control the beast horde precisely. Zhao Feng realized this through practice. Even if he sent an order to the leader of the beasts, it would take a while for the other beasts in the horde to react. Therefore, Zhao Feng tried to merge his thoughts into the bodies of each beast using the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He started with 100 beasts, 200, 300, 500. 500 demonic beasts is my limit. Zhao Feng was slightly tired. He could only control 500 beasts at most. These 500 beasts were like Zhao Feng's limbs. They could move freely, attack, and defend. If a beast tamer knew how to use tactics, 500 king-level beasts would be able to trap at least 10 emperors. Furthermore, the beasts that Zhao Feng had were all primitive beasts from the imperial tombs, so their battle power was even stronger. Boom! The battle between the 2 sky-shattering golden apes finally ended. It was obviously Zhao Feng's sky-shattering golden ape that won. Zhao Feng immediately jumped out and put the other sky-shattering golden ape into the misty spatial world. At the same time, he imprinted the Dark Heart seal on it. I'm still missing 2 sky-shattering golden apes. I'll be back soon. Zhao Feng glanced at the 9th prince's team. Shi Yulei, Su Qingling, and the 9th prince had all entered a deep state of comprehension and couldn't be disturbed. That's a good idea. Olding believed in Zhao Feng's strength. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's beast horde had reached a terrifying level. Furthermore, the 9th prince and company had entered a deep state of cultivation and needed someone to protect them. Zhao Feng scanned the area with his left eye and instantly understood the situation. He avoided the beast horde and flew toward a lone sky-shattering golden ape. Why are you following me? Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Zhou Su'er. Zhao Feng, I'm asking you, when are you going to kill? However, before Zhou Su'er could say anything, Zhao Feng covered her mouth. What are you doing? Zhou Su'er's face instantly went red. She broke free from Zhao Feng's hand and yelled in embarrassment and anger. She had never been touched by someone of the opposite sex before. Was this Zhao Feng trying to take advantage of her? Chapter 962. Although Zhao Feng didn't know much about the Crown Prince trial, the princes could use the pseudo-Crown Prince seal to contact the Grand Imperial Hall and leave with everyone else. This meant that the Grand Imperial Hall had a lot of control over this dimension. Zhao Feng could also feel that the pseudo-Crown Prince seal in the Ninth Prince's hand contained many array intents, and it definitely had other uses as well. Everything we do here might be under the Imperial's control. Zhao Feng said with his spiritual sense. Hearing this, Zhou Su covered her mouth and looked at Zhao Feng with embarrassment. If what Zhao Feng said was true, then Zhao Feng might have been killed by what she just said. That was the crime of murdering a prince. She couldn't even say it. The entire Great Gan Lord dynasty, the 18 provinces, and the vast Song Ocean were all ruled by the Imperials. On top of that, the 13th prince was the Sacred Emperor's favorite prince. Go back. There's no chance for you to rest now. Zhou Su would be able to come in handy in the upcoming siege. Zhao Feng didn't blame Zhou Su. He didn't expect the Crown Prince trial to be a game like this. It was almost impossible to kill the 13th prince here. Zhou Su wasn't interested in the Crown Prince trial itself. Just like Zhao Feng, she didn't know anything about the Crown Prince trial. However, their actions just now caused the Great Gan Imperial Palace to be shocked. The two of them were at the edge of the Ninth Prince's field of vision, and their actions were shown on the screen outside. What's the relationship between Princess Su and Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng has hooked up with an imperial princess. Why does Princess Su like Zhao Feng? Many experts in the outside world were shocked. One had to know that even though Zhou Su left the imperial palace, she was still a princess of the Great Gan Lord dynasty. There were many people who secretly admired her. Great. I didn't expect that brat Zhao Feng to fall in love with someone else. The 13th prince's uncle and some of the imperial uncles who supported the 13th prince were overjoyed. In this way, they wouldn't have to scheme to get rid of Zhao Feng. As long as Zhao Yufei knew about this, she would definitely sever all ties with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, good job! Old Monster Su was filled with admiration in the Ninth Prince's hall. Zhao Feng, this is impossible. Duanmu Qing shook his head. This action could not prove anything. Although the actions of Zhao Feng and Zhou Su shocked many experts in the outside world, they soon calmed down. Everyone was more concerned about Zhao Feng's strength. The battle between Zhao Feng and Tai Lingyun in the inheritance space was seen by everyone in the outside world. The appearance of the perfect blood Devil Sun bloodline was not inferior to the appearance of the unparalleled heaven battling bloodline. Of the 8 great families, the strongest bloodlines of the 2 great families had appeared at the same time. Did this foretell something? The strength that Zhao Feng displayed also made the expressions of many forces, such as 9 Darkness Palace, the Tai family, the Yu family, and the forces within the 8th Prince's Hall. Apart from the battle, many people were paying attention to the 9th Prince's side. After all, everyone in the outside world had seen the 9th Prince's team taming beasts. They believed that the appearance of the 9th Prince's team would make the battle even more interesting. However, more Grandmaster Beast Tamers thought that Zhao Feng was only taming the leaders of the beasts, and that his control over the entire beast horde was extremely low. It wasn't enough for him to fight against the older Grandmaster Beast Tamers. At this moment in time, the beasts and members of the 2 sides clashed in front of the 8th Prince's city. The 8th Prince could rely on the defensive array to temporarily defend his camp. On the other hand, Sacred Lord 100 Refined and Yu Linghua were able to stall a Sacred Lord and several dozen quasi-sacred lords. Sacred Lord Lightning Tooth was also one of the strongest early-stage mystic light realms, but he wasn't Yu Linghua's match. Damn it, come out and fight if you dare! A quasi-sacred lord from the 5th Prince's team cursed. The members of the 8th Prince's team stayed at the edge of the defensive array and used it to reduce the enemy's attacks. They would occasionally take care of the beasts below and reduce the pressure on Jibai. However, they couldn't just charge in. They had to break through the defensive array first. Jibai, hold on. All you need to do is defend. The 8th prince looked at Jibai, who was sweating profusely, and felt slightly worried. After all, there were 3 beast tamers on the other side. Even if Jibai had the purple star eyes and had some fortuitous encounters in the Heaven's Legacy City that increased his beast-taming abilities, he still wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Someone come! Yu Tianhao's battle power isn't any weaker than a normal sacred lord. The 2 quasi-sacred lords fighting with Yu Tianhao became more and more shocked. Yu Tianhao was only an emperor and hadn't fully activated his unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline, but he was suppressing them. What a unique little world. The hearts of the 2 emperors shook when they saw Luo Zun's little world of ice and fire. The power of a little world was greatly restricted in the imperial tombs, so the experts that entered rarely used the power of a little world. Come! Luo Zun's battle intent soared into the sky. He had just finished forming his little world of ice and fire before entering the imperial tombs. Therefore, he started to refine his little world the moment he entered the imperial tombs. This was why his little world of ice and fire was more suited to this dimension. Brother 2nd Prince, this isn't good. The 5th prince's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at the battle. On the surface, it seemed like their side had the advantage, but that wasn't the reality. The strength of the 8th prince's team has increased after entering the Heaven's Legacy City. The 2nd prince's eyes twinkled as he looked at the experts fighting in the sky. Whether it was in terms of strength or potential, the members of the 8th prince's team far surpassed theirs. Why don't we go as well? The 12th prince had an anxious expression as he clenched his fists. The princes could rely on draconic providence to increase their battle power, so the situation might be different if the 3 princes were to fight. Wait. The 2nd prince stood with his hands behind his back. There was still some time until the end of the siege. They couldn't waste their draconic providence so easily. Half a day later, the 3 princes retreated. The 8th prince's side defended the city walls to the death, and there was nothing the 3 princes could do. The 3 princes and the other members gathered behind a giant boulder and started to discuss what to do. The most important thing is the defensive array on the city walls. The 8th prince's defensive array came from the array tower in the Heaven's Legacy City, and it's too high grade. We only have 1 array master, and we can't break through the array. Everyone found the crux of the battle as they discussed. At this moment, 4 figures quickly flew over. A fiery aura descended upon the Heaven's Legacy Cities and entered the Eastern Heaven's Legacy City. That's the 4th prince's group. It's the group led by sacred Lord Tai Yunhua. Everyone sighed after the surprise passed. There were only 2 groups guarding the Heaven's Legacy City that the 4th prince had taken over, but no one dared to attack. A while later, the group of the 3 princes came up with a plan. They needed to use strength-type beasts to wear down the defensive array. Only then would the array master in the group have the confidence to break through the array. Therefore, the 3 princes sent out some fighters and beast tamers to tame strength-type beasts where the beasts gathered. 2 days later, a group of people arrived at the Heaven's Legacy Cities, but it wasn't the group sent by the 3 princes. For Heaven's Legacy Cities, Sher Yulei was extremely excited. From the looks of it, only the 8th prince's side has fought so far. Olding looked down and took control of the situation. The Heaven's Legacy civilization. Su Qingling's cold expression changed slightly. It really is a Heaven's Legacy city. Joy flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. He remembered back in the 18 Corners pirate sacred land. Zhao Feng was lucky enough to enter the Heaven's Legacy city, hidden at the bottom of the ocean. At that time, Zhao Feng had used up all his wealth, but he still wasn't satisfied. He didn't expect to see a Heaven's Legacy city again today. Zhao Feng couldn't help but give a faint smile. With the resources he had now, he could probably spend a lot of money there. Ninth Prince. The second prince looked at the ninth prince and started to think. Brother Second Prince, the three of us are enough to take down this heaven's legacy city. The fifth prince immediately said. He knew that the second prince was thinking about whether or not he should team up with the ninth prince. Zhao Feng, Shui Yuan, and three other members of the fifth prince's team exclaimed. At the same time, an elder in white and three other members of the 12th prince's team also called out Zhao Feng's name in anger. Zhao Feng, Olding, and Jing Kai aren't dead. The goateed elder and another member of the second prince's team felt that this was unbelievable. Almost all the teams that had entered the Black Wind Canyon had lost several members. They didn't expect that everyone in Zhao Feng's team had survived. What is it, Shui Yuan? The fifth prince asked curiously. Your Highness, when we were attacking the Imperial Sky Inheritance, we were chased out by Sacred Lord Hundred Refined, and we met Zhao Feng. He extorted a piece of dragon jade from us. Shui Yuan's face went red and was slightly embarrassed. Hearing this, some of the members of the fifth prince's team, who didn't know what was going on, were enraged. In the other heavens' legacy cities, several divine senses instantly scanned out. Zhao Feng! Yu Tianhao flew onto the city wall, and battle intent surged in his eyes. Yu Tianhao, come back! Yu Linghua's voice sounded in Yu Tianhao's mind. Yu Tianhao hesitated for a while before stopping on the city wall. He knew that the eighth prince's situation wasn't very good, and he couldn't leave this heaven's legacy city. If the ninth prince's team also attacks this place, leave Zhao Feng to me. Yu Tianhao suddenly said. The eighth prince and his team paused. Why did they feel that Yu Tianhao really wanted the ninth prince to attack them? The ninth prince's team slowly descended from the sky. Olding, who should we attack? Shi Yulei asked as he looked at the eighth prince's team. From the current situation, the eighth prince was in a dangerous situation against the combined forces of three princes. The other three heavens legacy cities didn't even have any signs of fighting. It was obvious that their strength was still intact. Shinjizi, Zhao Feng, what do you think? Olding asked after thinking for a while. Shinjizi closed his eyes and calculated, and Zhao Feng also started to think. Seventh Prince. Zhao Feng and Shinjizi spoke at the same time. Chapter 963. Zhao Feng paused for a moment as he looked at Shinjizi. The reason why he said that they should attack the seventh prince was mainly because the eighth prince and many other members of his team knew Zhao Feng. Although they weren't friends, they weren't enemies either. Another reason was that Jiang Hao's team had lost two members in the underground of Black Wind Valley. Among them, the crucial array master, Wu Yu, had died as well. Jiang Hao's team was the seventh prince's team, so the seventh prince's overall battle power wasn't as strong as the eighth prince's. All in all, Zhao Feng chose to attack the seventh prince because of his personal feelings. But why did Shinjizi say the same thing? The other members of the ninth prince's team also looked at Zhao Feng and Shinjizi in surprise. Why is that? Shi Yulei asked. He was curious as to why Zhao Feng and Shinjizi said the same thing. If they were talking about attacking the eighth prince, it would make more sense. If my guesses are correct, the eighth prince's overall strength is slightly stronger than the seventh prince's. After we successfully take over the Heaven's Legacy City, we need to defend against a counterattack. Old Ying's eyes spun and immediately said, he was originally planning to take over the Heaven's Legacy City where the eighth prince was. However, there had to be a reason why both Zhao Feng and Shinjizi thought that they should attack the seventh prince. Furthermore, Shinjizi was a fortune teller, so he might have divined something important. Therefore, as the brain of the team, he had to come up with a reason to convince the other members so that the team wouldn't split. That's indeed the case. Su Qingling nodded her head lightly. The three people with the most influence in the team agreed to attack the seventh prince. Everyone would slowly change their minds and believe them. Behind the giant boulder, the team of the three princes. They're heading toward the heavens' legacy city in the west? One of the great monarchs exclaimed. What? They're going to attack the seventh prince? How is that possible? How can the ninth prince, who's ranked seventh, be the seventh prince's match? The seventh prince's overall strength is ranked third. They're courting death. In the gathering place of the three princes, many experts were shocked and mocked. Maybe it's because the ninth prince saw us, three princes, working together. Even if they came to attack the eighth prince, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. That's natural. With the three of us joining forces, it's enough to take down the eighth prince. Soon, everyone thought of this point. At least they know what's good for them. The fifth prince sneered. With the second prince's steadiness, it was very likely that he would let the ninth prince join in. Currently, the three princes were working together to split the benefits of the heavens' legacy city into three. Naturally, the fifth prince was not willing to let the ninth prince join in. On the steel city wall where the eighth prince was, the members of the eighth prince's team looked at the ninth prince and company in confusion as they flew toward the heavens' legacy city in the west. Why did they? He originally thought that the ninth prince would join the second prince's side and attack them. In this way, no matter how strong his team was, they would not be able to defend this Tianji city. Sacred, Lord, 100 Refined, and the two geniuses of the Ji family also didn't understand. Zhao Feng. Disappointment appeared on Yu Tianhao's face as he looked at the people behind him and said in a serious tone, "It should be because all of you lost to Zhao Feng before. So Zhao Feng thinks that attacking this heaven's legacy city is meaningless." Hearing this, the expressions of the eighth prince, Luo Zun, Sacred Lord 100 Refined, and the geniuses of the Ji family froze and their mouths twitched. However, they couldn't retort because this was the truth. Zhao Feng's strength was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts, especially the eighth prince's. From meeting Zhao Feng to entering the divine illusion dimension, and now knowing that Zhao Feng had the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, the eighth prince regretted many times. If he didn't maintain a good relationship with Zhao Feng back then, Zhao Feng would be a huge help to him now. At this moment in time, at the heavens' legacy city in the west, seventh prince, the ninth prince's team, is here. A scholar with a jade-like face said softly, They really don't know how high heaven and earth are. A skinny elder with eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything came over. Next to the elder was a middle-aged male who shot out invisible sword intent from his eyes. These two were experts from Sky Sword Pavilion, the number one force in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. Your Highness, this Zhao Feng from the ninth prince's team isn't simple, Jiang Hao said in a low tone. Even if he isn't simple, he's just a void God Realm king, and his identity is the most important beast tamer in this battle. The seventh prince didn't mind what Jiang Hao said, and his eyes were filled with disdain. If the second prince and the fifth prince's team came to attack, he would have to worry about them. He didn't care about a measly ninth prince. That's true. Jiang Hao nodded his head. Zhao Feng's terrifying methods left a deep impression on him in the Black Wind Canyon. However, the most important thing in a battle was the beast tamer. How strong could Zhao Feng be in beast taming at such a young age? Jiang Hao, don't worry. I won't let his pets get close to the heavens' legacy city. As for you, you don't need to be so scared. An old man dressed in gray had a confident smile on his face. Jiang Hao's expression was grim, but he didn't say anything. His group had lost 2 people in the Black Wind Canyon, and one of them was an array master, Wu Yu. He and the other quasi-sacred lord had used the array in their dragon jades to return to the 7th prince's side. They had lost a lot of face. Therefore, Jiang Hao had lost his right to speak in the 7th prince's team. And it's up to Grandmaster Beast Tamer Zhang Yi now. The 7th prince said with a smile. Zhang Yi slowly walked out of the metallic building and flew onto the metallic city wall. He had a playful smile as he looked at the ninth prince's team. Several hundred ferocious beasts in front of the metallic city wall instantly opened their eyes, and a terrifying beast aura shot into the sky. Most of these beasts were prepared by him in the continent zone, and the rest were rare beasts from the imperial tombs. Because no one had come to attack the seventh prince's heaven's legacy city, the seventh prince's team didn't exchange for beasts in the spiritual pet garden. Come, let this old man see just how strong you are. Zhang Yi scanned the crowd, and his gaze landed on Zhao Feng. Although he heard that Zhao Feng had the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly, this was a battle between beast hordes. One spiritual pet wouldn't be able to do much. Furthermore, there were many ways to deal with the cloud silkworm Saint Butterfly. The ninth prince's team also focused their gazes on Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's beast-taming abilities had opened their eyes, and they didn't know how good he was at controlling beasts. However, since Zhao Feng suggested attacking the seventh prince, everyone believed that he had some ability. Furthermore, the number of beasts Zhao Feng had far surpassed the beasts in front of the seventh prince's city gate. This was why the ninth prince's team dared to attack directly. Zhao Feng walked forward and waved his hand, and a large number of beasts instantly appeared. Oh, black striped scorpions, wind wolves, and 2 sky-shaking golden apes. You've given me a surprise. Zhang Yi laughed. Zhang Yi could tell with one glance that Zhao Feng's 2 beast hordes were from the original beasts in the imperial tombs. From the looks of it, the ninth prince's team had put in a lot of effort to be able to tame 2 beast hordes. However, with just these 2 groups of demonic beasts and the 2 sky-shaking golden apes, it was simply impossible for them to defeat his beast horde. There was a big difference in numbers, and then there was a big difference in beast tamers. Zhao Feng didn't bother with Zhang Yi, and a faint golden glow appeared in his left eye. At the same time, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique circulated in the depths of his soul, and several hundred thoughts merged into the bodies of each beast. Zhao Feng's consciousness merged into the beasts in front of him, and he felt as if these beasts were his limbs. He could control them as he pleased. What powerful soul intent! Zhang Yi could feel that Zhao Feng was about to attack. The strength of Zhao Feng's soul intent was on par with his, and Zhang Yi couldn't help but become cautious. The beasts below the city walls instantly started to move and get into formation. Go, Zhao Feng ordered. The first to charge out were 2 sky-shaking golden apes. Boom! Boom! The 2 sky-shaking golden apes had huge bodies, but their movements were extremely fast. They took 2 steps on the ground and instantly leaped forward like golden mountains. The wind wolves and black, striped scorpions followed closely behind. Mountain giants go. Zhang Yi understood the sky-shaking golden apes very well. Only Yao spirits like the mountain giants, which had extremely strong defense, could be compared to them. Boom! The 4 giants clashed together. Weakness. Zhao Feng circulated his left eye, and at the same time he gathered more of his thoughts into the sky-shaking golden apes and controlled one of them to attack the right foot of a mountain giant. The other sky-shaking golden ape focused its attacks on the shoulder of the remaining mountain giant. How is this possible? How can Zhao Feng's sky-shaking golden apes know the weakness of the mountain giants? Zhang Yi was instantly shocked. The mountain giants had fought with him for many years, so they naturally had some hidden injuries. However, how could Zhao Feng's beasts be so smart? Furthermore, the attacks of the 2 sky-shaking golden apes were extremely smooth, and there was even a hint of low-tier combat skills. Zhang even suspected that the 2 sky-shaking golden apes had been possessed by a king martial emperor. These battle techniques and the grasp of the attack were completely like a human's. In an instant, the 2 mountain giants were forced to retreat. You guys go help as well, Black-maned Giant Bear. Grandmaster Beast Tamer Zhang Yi had a grim expression. In their first clash, The beasts he sent out were easily defeated by Zhao Feng's sky-shaking golden apes. The two black-maned giant bears were much more agile than the mountain giants. They charged forward and slashed down with their black claws. Retreat! Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as he controlled the sky-shaking golden apes to retreat a few steps and tilt their heads. The claws of the black-maned giant bear brushed past the sky-shaking golden ape's fur. How is this possible? Zhang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These two sky-shaking golden apes definitely had their own consciousness. They were able to perfectly dodge the black-maned giant bear's attacks with their quick thinking and precise movements. How could a normal beast have such a mentality? The ninth prince's team, which was watching, was completely dazed. These two beasts were extremely clumsy and only knew how to attack recklessly. These are the sky-shaking golden apes that we caught? Shi Yulei scratched his head and was extremely puzzled. It should be Zhao Feng who gave them special training. Su Qingling's expression froze. These two beasts seemed to have the intelligence of a human, and they even knew some combat skills. Chapter 964. Am I seeing this correctly? Zhao Feng's beast horde defeated Grandmaster Zhang Yi's beast horde in the first charge. How is this possible? Is Zhao Feng's beast-taming ability really that strong? The three princes used their divine senses to check the situation of the battle in the Western Heavens Legacy City, and exclamations of shock sounded. This is impossible. The fifth prince released his divine sense to check the situation, but he couldn't believe what he saw. The second prince and 12th prince had solemn expressions, and they regretted inviting the ninth prince. They might have already taken over the 8th prince's Heaven's Legacy City, apart from the 3 princes outside the Heaven's Legacy Cities. The experts in the Heaven's Legacy City were also checking the 7th prince's situation. As I thought, the 8th prince smiled helplessly. Zhao Feng had once again displayed a shocking side. Impossible. Ji Bai's expression was green. He was forced back by Zhao Feng because he was a beast tamer and his battle power was weak. Once Zhao Feng got close, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng's ability to tame and control beasts to surpass his. The 7th prince and the other members in the Western Heavens Legacy City paused, but they didn't say anything. Everyone had solemn expressions as they carefully sensed the battlefield. At this moment, Grandmaster Zhang Yi had also calmed down. It must be this brat. Zhang Yi found the problem. From the start of the battle, Zhao Feng had been standing there without saying a word. He was probably using some kind of secret technique to control the two sky-shaking golden apes. Therefore, the actions of the two beasts were very abnormal, and they were very similar to humans. I don't believe that you can control all the beasts so precisely. Zhang Yi harumphed coldly. He had heard of this kind of secret technique before, but it was only suitable when there weren't many beasts. Zhang Yi spread open his arms and released all of his consciousness into the battlefield. Team 1, Team 2 surround the sky-shaking golden apes from both sides. Team 8, 9, and 10 form a defensive formation and prepare to block the charge of the black-striped, venomous scorpions and wind wolves. Professional Grandmaster Beast Tamers would divide the same type of demonic beasts into smaller groups to better control them. Zhao Feng smiled and quickly moved the chess pieces as if he was playing a game of chess. A portion of the wind wolves intercepted the demonic beasts that were reinforcing the mountain giant. At the same time, the black-striped poisonous scorpions swarmed towards the steel walls and fought with Zhang Yi's demonic beasts. What a fast reaction! Zhang Yi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the instant that he commanded the demonic beasts, Zhao Feng had his demonic beasts respond accordingly. Behind Zhao Feng, the 9th prince's team that was still spectating had joyful smiles on their faces. Zhao Feng is even stronger than Zhang Yi. Shi Yulei knew Zhang Yi's reputation in the Great Gan dynasty very well. He had thought that Zhao Feng being able to stand on equal footing with Zhang Yi in the Battle of Beasts was already very impressive. Why didn't Zhao Feng release all the demonic beasts? Su Qingling was confused. They were well aware of the number of beasts Zhao Feng had. They didn't even need to control the demonic beasts in front of the seventh prince's city gate. Maybe he's conserving his strength for a surprise attack at the critical moment. Old Ing thought for a moment before giving his opinion. Although they had a certain advantage in terms of demonic beasts, they were still able to defeat them. However, the difference in combat power between the two sides was too great, so they could only make up for it with demonic beasts. Therefore, if Zhao Feng could defeat Zhang Yi with the beasts on the battlefield, then the remaining beasts could be used to deal with the seventh prince's men. Hearing Old Ying's analysis, everyone nodded. The battle power of the seventh prince's group couldn't be underestimated. The ones that needed to be paid attention to were the two experts of the Sword Dao from Sky, Sword Pavilion, and the Soul Dao, Sacred Lord. Apart from that, the seventh prince's team also had the peerless genius of the Jiang family. Jiang Hao and the other quasi-sacred lords were all famous experts on the continent. However, no one knew that Zhao Feng was having a great time. For the first time, he felt that being behind the scenes and controlling the entire battlefield was a great feeling. Furthermore, this method of controlling beasts was very beneficial for cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Right now, Zhao Feng was controlling 500 beasts on the battlefield. On the other hand, Zhang Yi had 700 beasts, but Zhao Feng still had the advantage. Damn it, what's going on? Zhao Feng's beasts are able to cut through the weak points of my array every time. Zhang Yi started to feel tired. The reaction speed of Zhao Feng's beasts was too fast. He was now in a passive situation, and he had to defend against Zhao Feng's beasts. Zhao Feng waved his left arm, and 50 night wolves appeared. At the same time, Zhao Feng split into 50 wisps of intent and merged them into their bodies. The 50 night wolves then entered the battlefield. There was a fundamental difference between how Zhao Feng and Zhang Yi controlled the beasts. Zhang Yi controlled the beasts, but Zhao Feng personally entered the battlefield. Each beast had his consciousness, and they were like clones of Zhao Feng. What? There are more beasts? Zhang Yi's expression changed, and he commanded the beasts to form a tight formation and focus on defense. Behind Zhang Yi in the metal building. I told you that Zhao Feng isn't simple. Jiang Hao could finally speak with his chest out. He had already warned Zhang Yi before. Unfortunately, Zhang Yi didn't put Zhao Feng in his eyes at all, and now he was in such a sorry state. Should we go to the spiritual pet garden and exchange for some powerful beasts? The seventh prince was a bit panicked. He could also see that Zhao Feng's ability to control beasts in battle was extraordinary. Your Highness, there's no need. It's useless no matter how many beasts Zhang Yi has. The key to a battle between beasts is control, unless he exchanges for several sacred Lord-level beasts. Zhang Yi won't be a match for Zhao Feng. The scholar's eyes twinkled as he sensed the battle outside the city wall. From every detail on the battlefield, he could tell that Zhang Yi's ability to control beasts was much weaker than Zhao Feng's. If Zhang Yi couldn't control more beasts, he would only lose his footing. Then what should we do? The seventh prince asked. If this continues, we'll lose more beasts. Why don't we just fight? The scholar said the plan in his mind, and his tone was firm. The two experts of the Tao of the Sword from Sky, Sword Pavilion, instantly opened their eyes, and an invisible sword intent shook the hearts of everyone present. That's good. A group without a sacred lord dares to invade us? A skinny male stood up, and a dark aura radiated from him that made the souls of the two people near him shake. Apart from the two quasi-sacred lords, Grandmaster Zhang Yi and the scholar, the seventh prince's group still had 2 sacred lords and 3 quasi-sacred lords. How could the 9th prince fight against them? Lu Tianqi, I'll leave Zhao Feng to you. All you need to do is disrupt his mental energy. The scholar looked at the middle-aged male from Sky Sword Pavilion. Easy. Lu Tianqi's words were crisp. Who? The 6 experts flew onto the city wall. Protect Xiao Feng and the beast horde. Old Ying's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, the members of the 9th Prince's team charged out. Shinjizi stood at the back and threw out the array flag he had prepared. A faint golden barrier instantly appeared on the battlefield and covered Xiao Feng and some of the beasts. The 9th Prince's team had already decided on a strategy. They wouldn't clash head-on with the 7th Prince. They just needed to stall the enemy experts and block their attacks. Then they would wait for Xiao Feng's beast horde to gain the upper hand and attack the 9th Prince's team. If you're in such a rush, then let's end this. Xiao Feng put away his playful thoughts and waved his right hand. Boom! 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 5 giant figures, flashing with golden light, appeared on the battlefield like small metal mountains. Terrifying, beastly auras shot into the sky. What? There are more sky-shaking golden apes? Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically. Xiao Feng had been holding back against his beasts. One had to know that the sky-shaking golden apes were beasts that stood at the peak of emperors. Their battle power was even stronger than normal, quasi-sacred lords. How is this possible? The Confucian scholar was also greatly shocked. This made the situation even more complicated. Even if all of them attacked at full power, they wouldn't be able to instantly gain the upper hand. The scholar looked deeply at Xiao Feng. Holding back one's trump cards could disrupt the enemy's plans and achieve unexpected results. He just didn't know if Xiao Feng had any more hidden cards. Leave these 5 sky-shaking golden apes to me. A bony old man slowly stepped out, an invisible sword intent flickering around him. Sure, then I'll be counting on sacred Lord Sharp Edge. The scholar felt lucky that the 7th Prince's team had 2 sacred lords. One was Sacred Lord Sharp Edge, who specialized in physical attacks, and the other was Sacred Lord Dark Soul, who specialized in soul attacks. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge stepped out, and a long white jade sword appeared in his hand. As he swung it, it created surges of sword wind. The aura of a sacred lord suppressed the beasts on Xiao Feng's side and decreased the battle power of the beasts. The other 4 members immediately charged out as well. Sacred Lord Sharp Edge suddenly raised his sword, and countless tornadoes of sword chi appeared, forming a tornado of sword chi that could stir the wind and clouds. However, Sacred Lord Sharp Edge didn't swing his sword down, and the other 4 members stopped as well. Whoosh! A black, ghostly shadow floated over from afar. A terrifying intent of death spread from the black figure. Even though it was so far away, it made the souls of everyone on the battlefield shake. A member of the 13th Prince's team, Sacred Lord Dark Soul, had a grim expression in the 9th Prince's team. This terrifying soul aura made him not dare to act rashly. It's him. Xiao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. At the start of the Crown Prince trial, this person had attacked him for no reason. When they were about to enter the barrier of the imperial tombs, Xiao Feng caught a glimpse of a weird scene. This black-robed person was indeed not simple. After that, he also felt enmity from the black-robed person in the Black Wind Canyon, Forbidden Ground. Now, the black-robed person was interfering with the battle between the 9th Prince and the 7th Prince. His goal was obvious. Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng! The black-robed person was like a ghost as he descended onto the battlefield. The terrifying intent of death made the beasts below tremble in fear. Their life force quickly disappeared, and their souls started to wither. The 5 members on the 7th Prince's side immediately retreated. Who is this person? Sacred Lord Sharp Edge had a grim expression. At this instant, he felt as if the lifespan of his soul had decreased by several years. Chapter 965. At the same time, The three members that returned with the black-robed person saw that the black-robed person was heading toward the 9th prince and the 7th prince's battlefield. So they entered the southern heavens, Legacy City. 13th prince, we're back. Your Highness, there's something wrong with this black-robed person. He actually went to participate in the battle between the two princes. The three members that followed the black-robed person returned to the heavens, Legacy City, and told the 13th prince about the strange behavior of the black-robed person. 13th prince, who is this person? Sacred Lord Black Ink had a grim expression. Even he didn't want to offend the aura of death radiating from the black-robed person. Ignore him. A wicked smile appeared on the 13th prince's face. With how strong the black-robed person was, he wasn't scared of the 9th prince's team at all. Numbers and beast hordes weren't effective against the black-robed person. This was the deal he made with the black-robed person. He gave the black-robed person the right to enter the imperial tombs and didn't restrict the black-robed person. The black-robed person would help him kill Zhao Feng. At this moment, outside the 7th prince's city, the originally intense battle instantly quietened down. The intent of death that the black-robed person radiated was a lethal threat to the beasts below. Who are you? The scholar's voice sounded. This black-robed person gave him an extremely weird and ominous feeling. It's not good for you to enter our battlefield like this. The expression of a quasi-sacred lord that was about to attack became grim. Don't think that we won't dare to attack you just because you're a member of the 13th prince's team. Zhang Yi roared in anger. The intent of death that the black-robed person radiated had a huge effect on his beasts. The 9th prince's team immediately stopped as well. Everyone had personally seen how strong the black-robed person was during the fights for the spots. Even Old Ing, who specialized in the soul and had higher battle power, didn't dare to attack the black-robed person's powerful soul attacks. Now that the black-robed person had suddenly interfered, they didn't know what was going on and couldn't act rashly. Zhao Feng, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The black-robed person didn't seem to hear the 7th prince's team. He looked at Zhao Feng and spoke in a dark voice. You are? Zhao Feng's face darkened slightly as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had already felt that the black-robed man's aura was very familiar, and he had also grasped the death profundity. The first thing the black-robed man said to him was that he was still alive. As such, Zhao Feng could only think of the black-robed man's true identity. It was the person who forced him to recultivate the Emperor of Death. But that was impossible. The Emperor of Death used his death as the price to plant the cursed words of death on Zhao Feng. Since the cursed words of death had been activated, how could the Emperor of Death still be alive? Zhao Feng activated his left eye, but just like before, he was unable to see through the black robe, including the hands and feet of the person in black. Hearing the black-robed man's words, the expressions of the 7th prince's team members eased up slightly. It seemed that this black-robed man had come for Zhao Feng. It didn't matter even if he was on the 13th prince's side. The black-cloaked man's Death Upanishad had a strong ability to harvest low-realm beings. If the black-cloaked man was willing to help them, they wouldn't need to be afraid of Zhao Feng's beast horde. Scythe of Death! The intent of death in the air around the black-robed man suddenly started to move. A giant scythe surrounded by the power of death appeared in his hand, and it gave off an aura of death that seemed to be able to slice through heaven and earth. The instant the scythe of death appeared, a strong undulation of the intent of death spread, and the souls of everyone present trembled instinctively. What a strong intent of death, and it leans towards the soul! Sacred Lord Sharp Edge exclaimed. He had never seen anyone with such a strong intent of death before. Not good. Zhao Feng's expression became grim as he waved his left arm and instantly put all the beasts into the misty spatial world. The black-robed man waved the giant scythe of death and slashed it toward Zhao Feng. unleashing a black crescent that covered an extremely large area. A surge of condensed intent of death and a strong aura of death spread. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shinjizi's defensive array blocked the physical attack from the black crescent, but the death soul attack passed through it. Retreat! As Xiao Feng retreated, a strong surge of wind, lightning, pushed back some of the members of the Ninth Prince's team. The attack from the black-robed man's scythe of death landed on the ground and left behind a very long, pitch-black ravine. All the nearby flowers and plants were instantly wiped out. Xiao Feng and the members of the Ninth Prince's team managed to dodge the attack range of the Scythe of Death. After all, Xiao Feng was extremely familiar with this move, but Zhang Yi wasn't as lucky. However, Zhang Yi wasn't so lucky. The black-robed man's death scythe covered a huge area, and a portion of the profound meaning of death's power landed on his beast horde. The life force of several dozen king-level beasts was instantly sucked out, and their souls were sucked out. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Yi roared in anger. This was the Seventh Prince's territory. The black-robed man had charged over arrogantly and didn't know how to hold back at all, injuring his beasts. This powerful intent of death was extremely damaging to life force, and it was comparable to the intent of destruction. The life force of the king-level beasts was very low, so they couldn't fight back at all. The black-robed man's attack made the expressions of the members of the Ninth Prince's team become grim, and their hearts became heavy. The black-robed man immediately attacked Xiao Feng the moment he arrived, and the power that the black-robed man controlled countered the beasts. Luckily, Xiao Feng had predicted this and put away the beasts in time, or else the losses would have been huge. However, the current situation wasn't any better. Although the black-robed man was only a quasi-sacred lord, the intent of death he controlled countered many powers, and he specialized in soul attacks. Everyone felt troubled. Xiao Feng, who is this person? Old Ing immediately messaged Xiao Feng. It was obvious that the black-robed man was targeting Xiao Feng. The black-robed man completely ignored the Seventh Prince's team, so Old Ing obviously wouldn't ask the black-robed man. He might be an enemy of mine from the past. Xiao Feng took a deep breath. The power of death that the black-robed man controlled was many times stronger than the Emperor of Deaths. However, the feeling that the black-robed man gave Xiao Feng was that of the Emperor of Death. What? Old Ing was stunned. An enemy that Xiao Feng had in the past should have been before he took over the body. How could Xiao Feng have offended such a strong enemy before he took over the body? Stay away from him. His intent of death is too strong, and he specializes in soul attacks. Xiao Feng messaged everyone in the Ninth Prince's team. The power of death wasn't a joke. Shi Yulei stared at the black-robed man. Although his Shi family bloodline specialized in defense, it could only block the black-robed man's physical attacks. On the other hand, the black-robed man's attacks mostly came from the soul. The soul was Shi Yulei's weakness. Even though they were both quasi-sacred lords, he didn't dare to act rashly. Similarly, Su Qingling specialized in soul attacks, but her cultivation was too low. Zhou, Su, Jing Kai, and company didn't even have the ability to fight back. The Ninth Prince's team slowly retreated. I only want to kill Xiao Feng. You can fuck off. The black-robed man stared at Xiao Feng, and his voice sounded in everyone's soul. Friend, since your enemy is Xiao Feng, why don't you team up with us? The scholar gave a faint smile. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. As long as the black-robed man closed in on Xiao Feng, the Ninth Prince's team wouldn't have the power of the beast horde, and they would be at their mercy. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed, and a black mist spread from his body. He looked like the Grim Reaper of Hell. Who? The black-robed man still didn't reply to the scholar. He charged at Xiao Feng, and his powerful soul power of death flowed into the Scythe of Death. You guys go as well. The scholar immediately messaged. The members of the Seventh Prince's team instantly prepared to charge out. Retreat! Old Ing roared when he saw that the 7th Prince's team was about to attack. All the members of the 9th Prince's team, including Zhao Feng, immediately retreated and left the 7th Prince's city walls. At this moment, Zhao Feng's beast horde was countered by the black-robed man, so they definitely couldn't attack the city. If they retreated, not all the members of the 7th Prince's team would chase after them. They had to defend the city. If a large number of members left, the other 3 princes would definitely take over the Heaven's legacy city. Zhao Feng, are you scared now? The black-robed man had a deadly smile as he chased after Zhao Feng, and a terrifying soul aura of death covered the hearts of the 9th Prince's team. What do we do? Should we chase after them? Sacred Lord Dark Soul asked. The 9th Prince's team had already retreated. Sacred Lord Dark Soul, you go. With the strength of you and the black-robed man, you don't need to be scared of the 9th Prince's team. The scholar thought for a moment and said, if Sacred Lord Dark Soul left, the 7th Prince's team still had one Sacred Lord. Even if the other 3 princes came to attack, they wouldn't be defeated immediately. If Zhang Yi's beast horde didn't suffer any losses, they would be able to send out another member. Sure. Sacred Lord Dark Soul turned into a streak of black light and left the city walls. You're the Emperor of Death? Zhao Feng had a grim expression as he asked for the first time. Hearing that, Su Qingling, Jing Kai, and Zhou Suo were stunned. They had heard of the Emperor of Death before. He was an ancient emperor that possessed the Eye of Death. Had his strength already reached such a level? However, Old Ing, the 9th Prince, and company knew that the true Emperor of Death had already been killed by Zhao Feng. I'm the one who will kill you. The black-robed man waved the scythe of death, and a black crescent instantly covered the 9th Prince's team. Sacred lightning dominating body. Zhao Feng immediately circulated the sacred lightning body, and golden lightning flashed around his body. He then circulated the fire of wind lightning and punched out with both fists. Zhao Feng's fire of wind lightning true yuan contained the symbol of God Tribulation lightning, and the power of destruction was on the same level as the power of death. Boom! Zhao Feng's fist of golden lightning destroyed the black-robed man's physical attack. A faint crescent of death shot over from the dark golden storm. This was a soul-based power that wasn't affected by physical attacks. However, Zhao Feng was prepared for this. A powerful surge of soul intent shot out with the power of God Tribulation, lightning, and shattered it. Your soul intent. The black-robed man was slightly surprised. The soul intent that Zhao Feng displayed just now had surpassed that of a quasi-sacred lord. As I thought, I can't underestimate you, Zhao Feng. The black-robed man's voice was cold. Not good. Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Dark Soul from the 7th Prince's team, is here as well. Old Ying's heart shook when he saw a streak of black light shoot over.